Okay, good morning, everyone. So we have this ice-breaking role of starting the second day, at least in this room. So I hope you enjoyed. The first day, it was quite hectic, busy, but very much inspiring. So my name is Anil Kumar Dev. I will be the, let's say, the moderator and the host for today. I have the role of showcasing you for the very first time. So it's a grand, let's say, announcement, a virtual reality and a metaverse project called Lunar City. So we didn't prepare any slides. So let me just start with a very easy question. So with no slides, but with some maybe visual content anyway. So the easiest thing to ask when we start a session at the IAC, International Astronautical Congress, is who wanted to become an astronaut? Well, I was expecting all the room full of people interested in becoming an astronaut. Okay, so who wanted to go to the moon? Okay, a lot of people, even more than the people maybe wishing to go or wishing to become an astronaut. Now, I finished the gadget, so I don't have other questions. But let me just ask you again, who still want to go to the moon after the last 10 years, so the moon here, after the last 10 years advancement in technology? Who think that moon is closer to us than we think, or at least space is closer to us than we think? Okay, we have quite few. Now, this was not an examination, so we are not giving you any mark, but you have basically two ways of somehow go to space or go to the moon. One is become either an American or a Japanese millionaire and buy some tickets and go there, out there. The second is maybe buying such a tool, the third and last gadget I have for today, such a tool and stay at home and somehow in a very comfort zone, in your comfort of your home, navigate and go to space. But to do what? To discover space, to learn about science in space, to enjoy space, to maybe raise awareness about what you can do in space, to support maybe if you are an astronaut, a professional astronaut, to train yourself, or maybe to run some experiments. So all in one, and this is all about Lunar City. So for almost all of us, I wanted to, not to become an astronaut, so I'm just outing here. I just not wanted to become an astronaut, but an airplane pilot. But now, because of this amazing platform, maybe I might be that close also to become an astronaut myself. So, you know, you can somehow, with ground-based technology, access to space, enjoy, as said, and learn. And also, accessing maybe space, you can, of course, somehow realize that space is closer to us than we think. So, with no further ado, what we'll do in the next 45 minutes is discover what Lunar City is, discover how you can maybe learn about and become, let's say, Earth-based astronaut. We can start with this brand new definition. And of course, we will showcase you something, because as we say, seeing is believing. So we have some good stuff to show you today. So with no further ado, I guess that, as I mentioned, seeing is believing. We should see what we are speaking about. So I would ask to start with our inspirational or motivational video.
Pulled apart, you'll know it's 15 seconds away from the liftoff.
Seven, 6, 5,
So thanks for the applause, but I guess it was also, let's say, an applause by fate, because this was a very nice video, but later on, we will see in real how this works. And I just start mentioning that you can also see the platform and access it. I don't remember if it is North Wing or South Wing, probably South Wing, at the booth of Altec, right, Francesco? Yes. Okay, so let me invite you to discuss and maybe tell you a bit more about what Lunar City is, to invite the panelists of this session, and of course all the speakers will be with us, so if you want to ask questions, and we might also have, if we are good with the time, I see that the clock here, but if we are good with the time, we can also take some questions at the end of the session. So I would invite here 2 out of 3 partners of that you see also in the last slide. 2 out of 3 partners of Lunar City project. So I would invite Cesare Lobascio from Thales Alenia Space Italy on the stage. Francesco Santoro from, we have 2 Francesco, yes. So Francesco, I cannot say Francesco 1 and Francesco 2 because it's not good for the number 2. So let's say Francesco FS, Francesco Santoro from Altec, and FC, Francesco Cupertino from Polytechnic of Bari. We all know each other since very long, so I can go with a very easy and an easy name. So Francesco Cupertino is the rector, so welcome professor, is the rector of Polytechnic of Bari. Cesare is the head of the innovation and exploration for Thales Alenia Space in Italy. You will see also in the background all the right designation they have, and Francesco Santoro is again in charge of technologies exploitation, is one of the best denomination I've ever seen for Altec. Now, let me start with Cesare, only because he's the only one who is not named Francesco, so it's easy to spot in that. Cesare, when you met the first time, when you saw the first time the concept, that by the way was a concept from Next One Film Group, we have here the founder, Alessandra, you started with a completely different activity together, because it was a docu-film, if I'm not wrong, and it was a sort of media and outreach. But how you, being Thales Alenia Space, okay, you are. Okay, so Thanks. He showed he's an engineer. So he solved the problem. He studied the problem.
With the help of the university.
With the help of the university. And okay, it's a good public-private partnership collaboration. We can go on for all the morning. But, well, so you met Next One Film Group. It was for a completely other thing. So it was regarding, yes, media. So why a company as Thales Alenia Space decided to, take chance of this on this initiative, and what would you there?
Yes, thanks, Anil. I think it was quite natural for us because we met Alessandra and we soon started to brainstorm on what we were doing. So for those of you who don't know Thales Alenia Space, we have built a vast majority of the modules for the space station, the human modules. And now we're working on the new station gateway for the moon, for moon orbit. By the way, you will be able to experience a VR experience at our booth at Thales Alenia Space. So that is easily bringing me to the topic that we have used VR for many years, for more than 15 years, to aid in the design of our human modules. There is a problem when you go to, there are many problems when you go to space, but one is how to experience the absence of gravity and how to make it, easily visualized when you do your design. So, well, there's different ways you can put your module in a swimming pool. Okay, that's not very practical to do all the time. So we immediately started working on virtual reality as a tool for designers, and also to, let's say, help us show our users, which are the astronauts, how to access the different parts, of the interior of a human module. You know, you can easily turn upside down and do everything you need just without being in space. So we have done that for many years, and then when we met Alessandra, we thought, well, how about extending this experience, these technological developments, to to outreach and to train more. And so that was quite a brainstorming that we had, and then we started thinking about solutions. So of course we are a space company, and we develop hardware, software, we develop solutions. So we were thinking immediately, okay, but how can we, if we want to extend the idea of designing on ground to like having something in space which makes available like the whole interior and shows the interior in immersive way to everybody, to designers, to astronauts, to the people. How can we do it? And you understand there is an issue of latency, there is an issue of bandwidth. So we started thinking, and we now have a deposited a patent to for the technology. So we started thinking about the solution, and there we are. So we are now thinking about the future, how to, we want to integrate what we call traverse space real time into the platform, into the metaverse. And the objective in future is to support the Artemis missions. Just 100 kilometers from here, we are welding the structures for the gateway, for the HALO, for Northrop Grumman, and for the International Habitation Module. So we are building the real hardware. We are also building physical mock-ups, so it's not just a virtual mock-up that we're going to use, but both are super useful for showing the astronauts, for designing, and later for training.
So you are literally combining these two things.
Exactly.
The astronaut and the moon in a way, no? Because of the IHAB and other modules. So you mentioned the very two keywords, because training and education. Also, encompassing outreach and so on. So if we add also another keyword that might be operations and support to operations. So this led me to Francesco Santoro, because you're representing Altec. Altec is a joint venture between Thales Alenia Space and the Italian Space Agency and ASI. So if you maybe can tell us a bit more about Altec, what you guys do, and basically why also you decided to join this interesting project, and how you might use such a platform.
Okay, thank you so much, Anil, and good morning, everybody. Basically, as you mentioned, Altec is an operation company. So we provide engineering support for both manned programs in low Earth orbit and unmanned programs related to exploration of universe. And we have also a lot of activities related to data processing, especially as far as concerns the receival of data from satellites like Gaia and Euclid and stuff like that. Altec, among the several services that Altec offers are operations support, so the support to the experiments, the support to the logistics and maintenance, and also the training of the flight crew. We do this basing upon a big control center, which we host in our premises, in our facility. And as a complementary thing, just to integrate what Cesare just said, what we think is that we can very effectively integrate the operations that we do on the space systems with such a metaverse platform. What we do is just our role is just to be as midway between the space, the actual space, the real-time space, and the metaverse. So what we do is just make it happen that all the videos and information coming from space come through our control center and get the proper format. And I don't want to enter in too much technicalities, but we distribute this data to the platform, Lunar Space, Lunar City platform, and the platform distributes the information to all the users, basically. What I would like to underline is that this is a real-time operations. So we receive the data, we craft the architecture of the overall system, and we provide the data to Lunar City, to the platform in real time, and the platform on its turn, just starting from the information that it receives from our control center, distributes to the users. So we are gonna have a real-time thing in metaverse system to be used for different purposes, and we can enter in more detail later.
Okay, so you pointed out, thanks. So you pointed out one very important thing is that everything is in real time. So it's not that, it's a pre-recorded or is a virtual, environment where you can surf and go. It's not like it's a video game. Let's put it in this way. It's very much real time, and you as Altec, you are just working as the middleware in a way. So you are taking the data, and in an official way you are deploying the data and exploiting, as it's your business role. So you're exploiting the data to Lunar City. So everything you see from the platform is real. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. So I passed the exam. Yeah. Well, but both of you mentioned that you can use the platform also to maybe teach or to train maybe professionals or train astronauts or even train your technical guys maybe in future operations and so on. So let me maybe pass the microphone to the rector, so Professor Cupertino, because the two companies, because we are talking about private companies on your left, they are very much interested and they deem very important training, education, and so on. But you are representing one of the most dynamic polytechnic in Italy, Polytechnic, so engineering school, and working, of course, a lot in a region that is one of the most important regions in Italy about space. Yes, we don't have human science guys on the one by one. If we were all humanities, so we were just sharing the microphone one each other, but you want one by one, so we have engineers on stage. So, Rector,
it's okay.
Is a platform like this one can be useful? So, platform like this, but also the integration of technologies like VR technologies and so on can be effectively used and of course of very interesting use for education purposes. And tell us, of course, about your Polytechnic, because I raised the bar now, saying that you are one of the most active in Italy.
Yes, that's challenging. Yeah, good morning, everyone, first of all. Yes, of course, it could be, the easy answer is yes, it could be useful, but let's make a step behind. If we think at how teachers approach teaching, often it happens that teachers tend to explain concepts to the students as they were used to be trained. So we tend to explain in the same way somebody else explained to us before. Some more wiseful teachers tend to make an effort and try to explain in the same way they understand concepts. So they make this effort. But it becomes even rare that teachers tend to try to take to be in the same shoes of their students, trying to understand how the students understand the concepts. Students evolves is not a static equilibrium. As students evolve, society evolves, the way we live evolves, the tools we use every day, they evolve, and in the same way, students are changing, and the way they approach the study, the way they approach learning, it changes. And if we want to be listened by our students, if we want to attract and inspire a larger number of students, and we did that because what we all of us know that the aerospace sector is growing up faster, and we need to keep the pace with our university, attracting a larger number of students in order to allow the private sector to grow up and use this growing phase of the aerospace sector. And in this context, of course, I think that the virtual reality and the metaverse could be a way of trying to talk the language the students understand the best. That means that, of course, such kind of tools, they have to complement theoretical studies, but they can be used to inspire them, to explain which could be the job they will join, choosing a particular path in their studies. And if this could be useful for training of students, of course it could be also useful for researchers, for training astronauts, as already mentioned, for training engineers. And I can tell you, talking from a dynamic university, but a small university placed in the southern region of our country of Italy, I have to underline that aerospace sector, especially in Europe, have competencies well spread around the countries and around regions inside the countries. By joining such kind of tools, we can make bridges in between research centers, and we can help the cooperation, and so that also small research groups can join more complicated projects involving private companies all around the world and the big, largest research centers, and could be, let me say, a tool to improve democracy in research in the aerospace sector, allowing a larger number of university of research centers to join such kind of projects. Of course, is a tool, is a piece of a more complex system that we have to build up together, but of course it could be a really very important tool to be, to be adopted by our universities. The game that we are playing in the next few years, it will really be based on the capacity that our research centers and universities will have to attract young talents. It will be the first problem. Then the second problem is to transfer the research results into businesses with startups and with private companies. That are the two main the two main things in which we have to improve our way of working from, I'm talking from university side. And of course, this tool, Lunar City, the use of the metaverse, could be useful in both those missions in order to, to look with a little, with more positive hope with respect to our future.
So there's an interesting point, and maybe something that Alessandra you should think about, because it's a new maybe direction also, additional direction for the platform, is training the trainees. or training the educators, and joint scientific missions and joint scientific experiments. So it's very interesting angle of and your perspective. Now the time is flying very fast because we want to show you something, but the time is flying very fast also for space. So we all witnessed, if we were not there, but pretty sure on the social media and on the web, you all saw the achievement, of that guy on the other side of the ocean, and with that 70-meter long launcher just catch, in almost real time. But do you think, Cesare, that because time is flying very fast in space, technology is very much advancing, so do you think that this kind of platform can be also used, I'm talking about Thales Alenia Space, of course,
Yes.
to shape in a faster way the next future of space? Like, I don't know, maybe reducing the design time, the testing, reducing the testing time, the prototyping time. Is this kind of integrated technology, because another thing that we need to mention, is this kind of integrated technology of help?
Do you need a short answer? So I can just say yes.
Okay, done.
That's
Thanks a lot. So, Francesco,
Well, just to elaborate, but 1 second.
Yes, very much.
Yeah, yes, very much. Yes. Indeed, this can. I think I really liked what Francesco said before about the collaborative tool. It's
which
immersive and on my right, Francesco Cupertino. It's immersive and collaborative tools. I think are going to be they are already actually quite much in place together with digital twins, of course, but it's going to be the future to, yes, as you said, to have a faster pace of development, quicker feedback from the users. That's key. We need to involve more and more the users in the design. And today is not so simple with the astronauts, with the agencies to organize the events with the astronauts, to have their feedback, to have them in the loop. In the future will be key to have more of that.
Okay, so you mean that, because in space now, we know this, we had chance to speak about this in other sessions and also years back. There is not that much care of UX or CX, so the user-centered design or customer-centered design. It's not something that in space was. So this kind of platform can maybe allow you to,
Yeah, I mean, we try hard, but it's, the astronauts are rarely available, not because of their bad will, but it's difficult. So with remote tools, and the other thing is that we are not alone in the integration of systems. We are a large system integrator, so we are integrating a large ecosystem of suppliers, partners, startups, and as well as experiments. So in future, it will be more and more key to work together using these kind of tools.
Yeah, and this is also an example of what the, let's say, the technologies integrator that is represented here by Vaction Technologies, the CEO is in the first row, they made, to exploit the idea of Alessandra and Next One Film Group to create maybe this, so integrating different technologies, but with the purpose of maybe making available new tools to design something.
Vaction masters the technology, and we integrate in the space technology. So that's a great partnership. So
it's a good spin-in application. Francesco Santoro, because so FS, Francesco S. But so you mentioned that you have this connection, so you are a sort of gateway, real time and so on. Is there any other way you might use this platform, maybe for your own purposes, or is there any particular thing? Because I know there's also, of course I know, but there's also an IP behind behind real space travel, real-time space travel. So is there anything that you look, maybe again as asked to Cesare, in the future? So you as Altec, how you can use the platform?
Okay. Yeah, there is a bunch of applications that we can look over for the future. Of course, I just pick up from something that Cesare said earlier. Sometimes, for instance, crew has to be trained, but is based in different location, remote to one another. So fostering and beefing up the integration of tools may certainly be very, very helpful, not only, in my opinion, for space operations, but even during ground operations. For instance, I earlier mentioned that we are available, a big control center for receiving the space data. This center has been completely redone, and today there is going to be a small inauguration, let's say, of a brand new control center that we are going to use for supporting the Lunar City operations. Another thing I would like to mention that may be very useful in the future is the usage in facilities that you can build on ground for preparing for the space mission. We are building, for instance, I make you an example. We are going to build in our premises a lunar facility, which is going to be not only a lunar terrain simulator, but a control center, just an open lab, which is going to be open to not to a specific program, but rather to whoever user wants to carry out experiments on the lunar soil. So I believe that in future perspective, a good integration between stuff like this and a platform like Lunar City will be one of the key elements to foster being successful in integrating all the elements together.
So you are connecting basically three things: the real-time experience,
Yes,
real, and virtual.
exactly.
Okay, exactly. So it's quite it's quite unique.
It's quite unique, yeah, of course. And in general, going back to the general concept of the platform, we do space operations, and our role is to be, as I said, midway between the real thing happening in space and the metaverse.
Okay, and that's maybe is one of the key points and the key differentiation elements from this platform to maybe other, virtual or VR platforms. Rector, you said that, of course, you have a quite high responsibility because you are educating, training, and shaping the new, competencies and skills in space for the future. So where would you see this kind of application in maybe finding new paths for education for youngsters who are now, maybe interested, but there is a plenty of different initiatives, education, but not maybe focused on cross competencies or mixed skills or so on. Can such kind of platform be also useful for you to maybe find new pathways and new direction for the education and creating new competencies?
Yes, of course, it could. I will make just one example.
Yep.
Space architecture. Architecture is the science that studies the interaction between human beings and the place where they live. If we plan to go to the moon, to Mars, not just to stay for a short period, but to live there, we also need to think at the quality of life in such places. And of course, Italy has a quite consolidated experience in architecture, everybody knows, and in design. And that could be something in which we could say a word in the global ecosystem. That's something that I do believe is sometimes is underestimated. It's just not selling furniture. Is building an environment in which human beings have to spend a significant part of their life, and that could be something that could, have a boost by instruments like Lunar City.
And do you feel that these cross competencies, so having maybe new profiles that knows a little bit about space and engineering, but a little bit about non-space maybe topics, is something that will maybe have long-lasting opportunities in the future?
I hope so. I mean, of course, the aerospace sector is being contaminated day by day by other subjects because you want to transfer a group of human beings on another planet, and then you need everything we have developed on Earth to be moved there. Then we have to open our doors to competencies also not very close to the classical aerospace sector. That's something we are trying to do also in Bari. We are not trying to to become the most expert in propulsion because the best in the class are somewhere else. But it is possible also for newcomers to this sector to find the specific field in which they could give a significant boost to the global ecosystem.
Okay, so from Bari to the moon, somehow.
Yeah.
Well, let me just ask for a round of applause for our panelists. The morning is... This session is not over because now is coming the, let's say, the real or virtual stuff, because we're gonna see the platform with a real demo. So if you guys want to stay on the stage, is okay. I don't know if you can see maybe on the screen there, or if you want to sit as you like, just for your neck. Let me ask Filippo he is my assistant for today. Hi, Filippo. It's like in the festival. So he's showing you. This is it's in real time. So now you know about that. So how the platform, how the system works. So let's see if we can maybe project on the main screen. Everything is live. So okay. Let's see. This is always the most delicate. Everybody told me that no pressure, everything will work, and it's working. Now, we are where we are, Filippo. We are in the spaceport, right? So we are entering. This is how you see. Look at Filippo, look at the visor, look at the screen. So this is everything in real time. This is what he's seeing. Try to turn maybe left or right just to check that, okay, that it's where he's looking at. The other human beings, or you see there, the colored people, they are real. So they are other users. So this is what we meant by interaction. So other users are in the same spaceport. You can interact. You can, of course, as in the first and early definition of metaverse, you can socialize. You can, of course, teach, learn, run experiments, and so on. So this is a full-scale virtual area. Let's try to let's go up to the stairs, Filippo. You see the stairs here on the that one. Okay, be careful, go slow. You have a certain age, so don't run. Okay. In virtual is also same as real. So, okay, here we see, by the way, this is a little launch, and you can see, maybe for the space passionates, you can recognize the module. Try to see, go a little back, and okay, here on the right, the module here, voila. I don't know if any space fan recognize this. This is the Columbus module. So, of course, you can look at the module, you can enter, you can learn what is inside. You can, of course, touch things, maybe if you want, extract and interact with the module. And this is also why we have, of course, partners like Thales and who is building and knows, of course, all the technology in it. Let's maybe go out. You see also Simon, you see over there. Just turn on the right, Filippo. You see the round. Okay, go back. Okay. There is also there's an exhibition, by the way. We have the Mars terrain, so the one that Francesco was mentioning. You can, of course, interact with the rover. You can see. You can, in the future, you can also be able to maybe move the rover with a remote control and so on. I saw also at a certain point there was also some entertaining part. Can you go back, Filippo? Okay. There was some little like games. Yes, the one on your, okay, now it's on your left. This one, yes. So those are games, and of course games are part of the platform. Those are in particular 3 different games. There is also this year, it was this year, we announced at the Space Meetings Veneto event, there was, it was Splash. Right? It was the tennis and paddle. The paddle, this one. Okay, this one. So you can play paddle on the ISS if you want, comfortably at your home. But this is the game, and of course you can simulate, and you can be on that. Let's maybe move on from the gaming part. Is there? Let's see if we can, if we are maybe happy with this. Let's go out. I just wanted to show one other module. Can we go back to the gate 1? Okay, so the main hole, this is a spaceport. Huh? So it's somewhere in the space. And let's see. You can, of course, navigate. Let's go to gate 1. Here we go. So boarding area, travel space, real time. You enter the area. Of course, you have all the command in your hand. We have a gate 1. This is the logo. Just some advertising. Oh, by the way, if you want, you can also advertise in here. So you can, show up your product or services on the platform. And we enter here, and this is something quite new and interesting. You can enter the iHub, which is the one that also Cesare mentioned. So again, you can interact, you can study, you can learn, and of course you can enjoy, because you can interact with all the products and all the materials. Okay, I don't know if we still have some time. Do you have any questions or any, I don't know, curiosity? You want Filippo to go somewhere? We don't have toilets so far in the platform, so no restroom. But if you want maybe to I don't know. Yes? Outer space? No, not in this configuration, or not yet, because of course we have to develop the EVA suit and all that facility. And this is also again an education part. So how the material, how the EVA suit you can wear, and so on. There were 2 other questions over there. I guess we can go without the mic, or okay, mic is there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there a sort of a cupola where we can have some overview effect on the Earth or the Moon?
And pictures?
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
of
take
course, because
pictures
we
or-
have the cupola manufacturer here, so not Cesare, but Thales Alenia Space. So yes, that will be part of the virtual tour. Yes, of course, you can go there and you can take pictures like astronauts. We had also a question from the lady, the girl. Sorry.
Hello, thank you so much for showing this. This is beautiful. I'm curious, can you share the technical details of how this game was created, what platform it was built on, how long did it take, and I don't know if you're able to share the budget or other details like that.
The timing and the budget?
And the platform it was built on.
Okay, so it has been now, how many? 2 years of, let's say, 1.5 years of pure development, so the technology integration and so on. The work is not fully done because, of course, there are many other things that we can integrate. There has been so far private investment, and this is the announcement for whoever wants to maybe interested and wants to contribute. But we will start a fundraising for the next step. There is, of course, a business model and a business plan behind it. But so far, yes, so far the support of the private organization, so it was very much instrumental because we had, of course, the technical assistance from Thales, beside the integration stuff from Vaction Technologies, but the know-how is coming from, so who knows very well all the modules, and also from Altec. That was one of the, the valuable part because of the proper real-time thing. So those images are all coming real-time. So yes, we are on track, but from next month, I would say that we are starting the real fundraising stuff to go beyond this.
And the platform, is it Unreal or Unity?
Sorry?
Is the platform it was built on?
Yeah.
Like, is it Unreal Engine or Unity, or like what's the VR platform that was?
It's real. Well, this... Real Engine. What was the question about?
The platform that the app was made on, like
yes.
the game engine, which one was it?
Oh, which one? Mm-hmm. It's...
Well, ours is Unreal Engine.
But the gaming platform, she's asking the library, probably.
Yes, we use for our models, we use Unreal Engine. For the integration in Lunar City, I'm not sure what was used.
This we can ask. We can ask Gianmarco. He's here, but
Gianmarco, would you know?
Yes.
Real
Real
Engine.
Yes.
Okay, confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I thought you were asking how we integrate the Real Engine with the technical stuff from Thales. Okay. There was one question here and one also in the back. Yes.
Okay.
And other one
thank
here.
You for,
okay.
Would you please show
it's
us?
Getting warmer.
Would you please show us how can you astronauts can be trained by this? Because now we only see the facilities, right? So how can you operate it? Can you show us?
Okay.
Thank you.
Not for the demo today, because some of the experiments were, of course, some were under NDA, and some we had to ask not only the astronauts or Thales, but also the owner of the experiment. So it was not maybe that possible in such a short time. But yes, we of course have the data to train. But I guess that maybe for this Cesare is the best person to answer.
Well, yeah. For example, you saw the Columbus module. That one is actually part of an ongoing contract that we have with the European Space Agency to update it all the time. So, the thing is that when you build a module, then it's not a static kind of thing. It's evolving continuously. New experiments, new payloads coming, things being exchanged. So this is continuously updated. And indeed, in some of our models, we have the feature to interact with the different drawers, different experiments. It really depends.
Yes. Like, for instance, someone who wants to run an experiment on the ISS or on a module, of course, they can maybe either try to do the experiments, so providing all the data and all the models and so on, and Thales will integrate in the real system, or otherwise run it as it was supposed to be real. So with the long-lasting, with the same time and the same process, without maybe shrinking it in one element. But it's a very much a case by case. This is very much a private, let's say, contract with who wants to run the experiment. Yes, sure.
Just to add something, part of the training is just supporting a real mission. So this tool allows us, for instance, to follow and to interact with the real-time experiment operations. And whenever you do that, you can, at the same time, train future astronauts for upcoming mission. So this is one of the added value of the tool.
Yeah, there was a question here and one in the back. Let me go first to the back one. That was yes. We have 5-6 minutes, but
are you trying to develop gloves that follows the movement of the hands to improve the manual skills, or is not a relevant thing?
You mean haptic? Or the movement of...
yeah, exactly.
Yes, this will be, I guess, the next, because of course, we are very much linked also with the technology, with the mass of the technology, but yes, you know, it's quite obvious that once we want to substitute this with maybe haptic or a smart gloves or whatever, it's just a matter of integrating that command in the system, but the answer is yes. Not now, because as said, this is the very first, you know, fully, but very first version, and from next month will be now the fundraising for the next version of the platform. Here, right? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Samer. Two questions, like the first is the business-wise and the second is scientific-wise. The first one is like business-wise is like, are you thinking or do you believe the product itself could be optimized and customized for kids, schools, and universities? Like, do you have like any private contract for this? And the second one is like, since as we know that our source of information is based on our senses, and when we put the virtual or metaverse, we insert in our brains the concept for like in subconsciously the concept of some reality. So for astronauts themselves, it's kind of a bit risky if it's not reflecting the reality in ISS or like up in the space. So I mean, is there any connection or like a reality connection between the subconscious and their like upstairs? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go fast as my panelist with the first question about the business model. If we have a business model, yes, of course. Done. I'm like the panelists here, but yes, we can of course go maybe deeper in the conversation after the session. But yes, and it's also very much diversified because one of the agreement, I don't know if we can maybe disclose that, but one of the agreement is to create an education spot. So it's an academy. And this is an agreement with one of the regions in Italy to create an academy for training purposes only, education and training with that range of target, like the kids and K-12. And regarding the second, so to avoid maybe, you know, isolation or all the cognitive maybe impairment because of real versus virtual, yes, of course, there has been many, you know, studies, and there is a lot of research behind this. But the research is also saying that it's quite important if you want to go on deep space mission. It's very much important to, you know, to have such kind of tools. Is a bit of paradox, but to avoid alienation. So, but yes, to answer your question, yes, we have also this because it's, you know, if you are using this for a long time, of course, we have to avoid that kind of element. And this is also why we have inside the gaming and different aspects. And there might be in the future, let's see, also a sort of time limit to avoid this kind of maybe psychological impact. I don't know if you want to add something, or we are okay.
Well,
okay.
perhaps I need to add for clarification that the real next step is to go from like a designed model to the real, So the next step is going to be to have on board the structures, to have on board 3D cameras and sensors to take the real imaging. Well, some of them are already on board, actually. They can be usable, having permissions. So that will allow even interacting with who is on board, with astronauts on board. You can have your avatar interacting with the astronauts. So this can be used by astronauts, but also in future, by regular people. So that's quite powerful, I think.
Yes.
In order to do what Cesar said, you have to negotiate special agreements with the provider of the space flights, which may be agencies, may be private companies. So you have to build the overall user model, so to say, to make this happen.
Okay. Now we are running a bit late of time. I guess that I just have 3 messages here. One is we need to take back on Earth Filippo. So thanks for making us fly to space. Thanks a lot for assisting. The second message is that if you want to see and try the platform, you have at least 2 spots where to go. One is the virtual reality that Cesare mentioned at Thales Alenia Space, and if you want to see Lunar City and maybe enjoy the conversation after this session at the booth of Altec, that is, of course, nearby. Third and last message. I don't know if you know this quote from Clement Stone, because he said that aim for the moon. If you miss it, you might hit a star. So maybe what we want to show today, we wanted to show this morning, is that aim to the moon, and if you may hit it, definitely you can reach it using Lunar City platform. Thanks for being with us, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of the conference. Aspettate che arrivo, aspettate che arrivo. Cosa importante.
Testing, 1, 2. You guys hear me okay in the back? All right, it is 27 after, so we'll go ahead and get started. First of all, thank you so much for those that are joining us here in the room and those of us that are joining us either live or in replay on the internet. My name is Rob Chambers. I'm the Director of Hopes and Dreams at Lockheed Martin in Exploration. Official title is a Director of Strategy for Exploration, and that includes our human spaceflight activities, Orion, obviously, a lot of folks know us for, all of the work that we're doing to get humans to the moon and to do things on the moon, all of our robotic space exploration activities, including asteroids and Mars and Venus and so forth. And then because exploration begins at home, we also have earth science and weather, climate intelligence, and space weather as part of my little group. Thank you so much for joining our panel today. My esteemed colleagues from across the world, actually, thank you so much for joining. What we're going to do is to talk a little bit, and each of us will go, and then I want to take your questions. I have questions. I already know the answers to my questions, so I'd rather you ask questions that we don't know the answer to, which will be much more exciting. Usually I'm the one that has to answer them, but as the moderator, I don't. And so I welcome the hardest questions possible, please. In July, I guess, was Ascend in Vegas. On the Lockheed Martin side, we rolled out what we called a water-based, nuclear-enabled water-based economy, a vision, if you will, for not guaranteed what the moon is going to look like and not what Lockheed Martin is going to do on the moon, but an existence proof, if you will, where the math works with all of the piece parts and how they would be tied together to have I would call it a self-sustaining to a large extent group on the moon actually doing useful things. So we're going to talk a little bit about that in a moment. One of the things in Vegas that we've talked a lot about was this was not Lockheed Martin's vision. We threw it out there, but we want it to be everyone's vision. We want folks to see themselves in this and give us feedback. We can be the custodians of the novella and the simulation. If you haven't seen the simulation, you can go drive a rover in our booth, if you can find it, over in North Yellow Hall 3. But you can drive a lunar rover. Yes, there is a ramp that you can jump with the lunar. Like, how can you have a 1.6G driving sim without a ramp? So there's also a lot of serious stuff in there. There's also, and this sounds like a sales job for Lockheed, so let me just get past this part and we'll get to how this is actually not all Lockheed. But there was a novella we wrote for which Lockheed, I think, is on the front and the back page, and that's it. It's all about you, written in the first person, very non-big aerospace company format of how you are a contractor on the moon maintaining these systems. And again, it's not because those are exactly the systems, but it is a representative set of systems that allows us to move from talking just architecture, which NASA and the other agencies have done a fantastic job laying out as part of Artemis, and folks buying into the overall construct with the Artemis Accords. But now let's actually get into the nitty gritty and start talking about how, the US rovers and Canadian rovers are going to have the same wheels, so we can put each other's stuff up on blocks and borrow a wheel if we need to, which Laurie and I have talked a lot about. Will be a fascinating policy question. But in all seriousness, talking about how these piece parts are going to play together, I think there's been, from my perspective at least, a lot of what looks like random acts of engineering. And then you've got this architecture, which is very well thought out, but we haven't had a lot of dialogue about what it looks like in between. And so that's the objective. So I really want to thank my teammates now or colleagues from across the world, from MDA and Tassi from BWXT back in the States, and from Rolls-Royce in the UK. So we're going to talk through, each of us, a little bit on our vision. And again, do we need to put up the QR code for the questions? I forgot to ask that. Oh, you did? Okay. Does everybody have all right, take your phones out. Snapshot. 10 demerits if we don't get really awesome questions from you all. We want like the full decay path for uranium-235. Jake offered to do that. Okay, let's hop back. Okay, so just a couple of things. Here's where you can download the novella. You can swing by and pick it up as well. The pieces that we foresee of a self-sustaining initial small number of people, but a lot of robots that are actually producing enough power to be able to produce enough water that feeds into a infrastructure economy. I'm talking about that in just a second. And so you'll see on the bottom, fission surface power. There is a need for solar power at the moon, but that won't cut it. Right tools for the job. So you need both solar and nuclear for reasons that we're going to talk about today. Habitation, we're going to talk a lot about. We probably don't have enough pictures. Well, this is a plug. I need models from everybody to throw into our sims because we didn't want to get sued. So we just put in what we could find publicly available. And in some cases, that was kind of our stuff. But we would love to start showing other folks' systems. So we're going to have Roberto talk a bit about habitation. Tazi is really the world leader at this point for cislunar habitation, I would say. So that's there kind of in the middle part. Over on the right, we're going to talk just a little bit about, probably I will, from an ISRU and water production perspective. And I want to differentiate different kinds of infrastructure in just a second. So let me go to that in just a moment. Actually, I guess I'll go back. Last thing I'll talk about is cryopropellant management and processing. So there'll be a lot of miners, but there'll probably be fewer refiners, if you will, where that water can be processed, cracked, and then either used on the surface or launched as water, cracked on orbit, depending on the use case. And then the last piece, just to tantalize you on the upper left there, why would you use the water that you harvest to burn as liquid hydrogen oxygen to get the water up to orbit? You actually use 4 kilograms of water for every kilogram you get on orbit. So our thought process is once you have nuclear power, thanks to our esteemed colleagues, once you have the mobility and enough habitation and systems to support the people to run all this, you might as well use that nuclear power to electromagnetically launch that water up into orbit. So we won't talk much about that today, but just to kind of round out the overall picture. We see at sort of this time frame, things are going to be easy to get into low Earth orbit. I think we all would agree things got a lot easier to get into low Earth orbit about 2 days ago. Astounding feat of engineering. I keep watching the chopsticks. It's pretty awesome. So what we haven't as a world, as the human race, figured out is how we're going to move things from LEO outward, and then what should the role of the moon be. And so as we talk through here, we all see the moon as almost a port of call, if you will, and the moon as a location either in orbit or from resources on the surface to go on out to Mars. The last thing I'm going to just acknowledge is we talk a lot about water production in some of the stuff Lockheed has brought forward. Water is not a marketable product Earthlings will pay for. If you have the astronauts there to find the water, to then crack the water using nuclear power to drink the water in order to go find more water, that's what we in the US call a self-eating watermelon or a self-licking ice cream cone. That is not an economy. There is no lunar economy unless there's Martians or rich aliens on the far side. It's an Earth-Moon economy. So we're going to talk a lot about infrastructure today, but don't confuse that with whatever marketable product y'all are going to pay for. And my kid who pays for internet access, well, he doesn't pay for anything. I pay for his gigabit a day internet habit that he has. And I'm actually helping to pay for a large fraction of, I think, the LEO communications market. We don't have that at the moon yet. And so I don't know what that's going to be, but don't confuse water with a marketable product. And so I want to acknowledge that. So at this point, that sort of sets, I hope, a little bit of the framework. In the time that we're going to talk about here, we've got a few dozen people on the surface of the moon. We've got an infrastructure. How do we get there? What are the systems being developed today from across the world through a variety of companies? And what does that future look like? So with that, let me hand it off to Laurie Chappell from MDA.
Test. Hi, I'm thank you. I'm Laurie Chappell from MDA Space. I'm the Senior Director of Business Development at MDA. So for anyone who's not heard of MDA Space before, we're a 55-year-old company headquartered in Toronto, Canada. And we specialize in 3 different business areas, which are Earth intelligence, satellite systems, and then the robotics and space operations business unit. So I'm from robotics and space operations, the most fun one. I'm poking at my colleagues. The most fun business unit. There we obviously focus on robotics. So this is a chart. We have a long history in doing the space robotics, mission-critical space robotics that interact around humans. So you would know us from the robotics on the space shuttle, the robotics on the International Space Station, and now we're moving out to the moon to do Canadarm3, which is the robotic system for the gateway. So that's sort of the landscape of our robotics heritage, going from low Earth orbit now out to the moon, and as we glom onto the novella, or Rob's vision of what do we see as we now move towards the surface of the moon. So obviously we're biased, so you'll see robots covering everything in this picture, but there's a big focus on, like as we do at the International Space Station, we're doing logistics, like we're taking cargo vehicles that arrive, thank you, Roberto, that arrive at the space station, transporting payloads. There's a whole infrastructure and supply chain that we're used to dealing with at the space station, and now we anticipate dealing with on the surface of the moon. So you'll see in the picture the mobility. So like when the landers come and show up, and there's the power, the habitats, everything. There's a whole supply chain that needs to unload the landers, get the socks and shoes and toothpaste somewhere to the habitats, build the habitats. So that's what we're focusing on now. We're starting to work on the robotics as part of the Lunar Dawn LTV team. So that's the first piece of it, and I think we'll probably talk more about Canada's vision for the rovers going forward. But now I should hand off to Roberto.
Before I leave that picture, we assume that the guy on the lower right is actually not a human, it's just an android.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you don't need
Called your
humans.
bluff. Yeah, the spacesuit is just to throw us off. And you mentioned actually surface logistics. So NASA currently has Appendix R, for anybody not familiar with that, which is focused on complex lunar logistics. What happens when you get something to the surface? What do you do with it at that point that prevents us from spending so much human time to unload? So.
And that's what I love about the novella. Like, it's taken all these pieces that seem like they're independent, and then told the story of how they work together, and thinking through that chain.
So Roberto. Ciao.
Good morning. Ciao. Roberto Provera. I'm the Director for New Initiatives, Partnership and Innovation in Thales Alenia Space, Exploration and Science. Basically, it's a long name to do our hopes and dreams office in Italy. Thales Alenia Space is a joint venture between Thales and Leonardo. We formed the so-called Space Alliance with Telespazio, and we are the manufacturing leg of the alliance. And especially for exploration, where I work for, I think we have a aim in pressurized elements for human life in space. Our heritage starts from before the International Space Station. We developed several elements for the International Space Station, and we are still supporting the space station life with the cargo vehicles. We developed the pressurized cargo module for Northrop Grumman, and from that heritage we went to be an actor for the Lunar Gateway, in which we are developing again several elements, both for at commercial level with Northrop and the Halo, and for the European Space Agency. And now the next step is to start building the infrastructure on the moon. It is in order to be sustainable, we believe we will have to have a set of infrastructures on the moon. Of course, as you say, you are in your pictures, you see a lot of robots. We see a lot of habitats, and I think they complement each other, I believe. And the good news is that this is not just a picture, because lately, in the last couple of months, Italian Space Agency passed, and NASA passed the MCR, the mission definition review for the multipurpose habitat, and that's a great step, because through that we will be able to start the development of the first human outpost on the moon. You see that there are some wheels on that, because at least we have to move from the lander, not to be polluted. So we will have some mobility. There's room for anyone, I think, on this project. We plan, therefore, to start the development 2031, 2032, the delivery to the moon, and it's of course, it's a big step in technology. Because from that we have to change our design in order to be sustainable on the lunar surface. It's very quickly. I took a lot of time to speak, but again, on the infrastructure side, we will have to be sustainable. We will have to have a logistics chain that will be able to support the operations, and we are developing the European cargo lander, Argonaut. The capability is about 2 tons for delivery cargo to the moon, and that will be integrated in the overall logistics support of the various agencies. Again, in terms of infrastructure, we think that communication navigation is an essential part, and together with Telespazio, we are running a program for it's called Moonlight. It's to serve users for communication navigation on the moon. All this is served by a lot of energy, a lot of this type of infrastructure needs to be supported, and in the far future, we have already started some concept, the solar-based power systems as a piece or a brick of the overall scenario.
Great, thank you. You know, my daughter just graduated from college, and she's moving into a house, and I said, you know, what you need is the same stuff we need at the moon, which is electricity, water, cable, family car. We talked through all of that just now, but I said, you know, if you're a Purdue grad, you also need a nuclear reactor or maybe a rocket in the backyard. So that's where we stretch it a little bit further from an analogy standpoint. But Kate Kelly from BWXT, over to you.
Thanks, Rob. So my name's Kate Kelly. I'm the Director of Space and Emerging Programs for BWX Technologies. We are a new company to, I think, the space industry, but we have a 150-year legacy of supporting energy generation and delivery across multiple domains. We are an 8,000-person company with most of our workforce between the US and Canada, and we're most known for 2 main missions that we have many decades of supporting. The first is delivering the nuclear reactors and plant components to power the US Navy's submarines and aircraft carriers, and then also delivering the plant components and servicing many aspects of the Canadian nuclear utility fleet. So it's those 2 missions where we are providing and have a history of providing reliable, resilient, efficient energy across the US, across Canada, and more globally than that. Over the last several years, the US and across the globe have been pushing to deploy nuclear energy across multiple new domains. So we have a long society, uses nuclear energy reliably. Often you probably don't even see the benefits that you're receiving from it. But there's been a push to harness that energy in new places that are hard to reach, or in new ways to help us achieve a more carbon neutral more carbon neutral energy sources. And so as we were looking to combat climate change and sustain a presence in some of these hard to reach places, the subsidiary that I represent today, Advanced Technologies, was born. And so we'll talk about some of the main areas and our focus areas because they're all related. And while it's not space specific, it's all helping us push this mission forward of getting more reliable energy, higher power capability in space. So we have three main focus areas. The first is terrestrial defense. So we're working on a prototype project to deliver a microreactor and test it within the next couple years. There's hardware, there's fuel that exists, and that project is underway, and it'll be a huge step forward for the US in being able to better support the US Army and have more robust energy needs. We're also pursuing commercial variants of that, so looking at how we can achieve or deliver tens of megawatts of power to help create more sustainable electricity for industrial applications, places in very energy and electricity in very hard to reach places where you might not have reliable energy sources. And then we're also looking to apply this in space. And that is the division that I lead. I'm going to show a picture of, so Rob showed the future for a collaborative lunar-based economy and environment. I'm going to show our future for space nuclear and what that looks like deployed. What we envision is using nuclear power across multiple different applications. So whether that's radioisotope or fission power, whether it's nuclear energy for to provide electricity to operate a spacecraft, operate a lunar lander, or for enhanced propulsion capability to get places further in space faster than we can using existing technologies today. And as we look forward to what does this path to deployment look like, the first step in that process is to demonstrate the technology at a relevant scale in relevant environment. And regardless of whether we're talking power or propulsion, I think that's a huge step towards deploying this future architecture where we have enhanced capability across various places within space and beyond. So one of the Pathfinder projects right now that is working towards that development is a project called Draco. So it's the demonstration rocket for agile cislunar operations. It's a collaboration between the research and development branch of the Department of Defense and NASA. And it's a project that BWXT is thrilled to be a part of, delivering the fuel and reactor to our partners, Lockheed Martin, for a flight test within the next couple of years. And so that will be a huge step forward for the deployment of space nuclear technology. There's flight hardware that exists today. It's very real. It's a very doable feat to demonstrate nuclear thermal propulsion on orbit in the next couple of years. That will set the stage for the deployment of other nuclear technology. So we're looking at nuclear electric propulsion through some partnerships with the US Department of Defense and the Air Force Research Laboratory. And then we also have several pursuits related to the deployment of nuclear reactors on the surface of the moon. So developing the key technologies that allow us to take that step forward to demonstrate at scale and then ultimately deploy multiple units of these systems. And so we're collaborating with Lockheed Martin and participating on NASA's fission surface power, but then also looking beyond that. And so working with my colleague to my left with Rolls-Royce Submarines Limited to support some of their pursuits with the UK Space Agency. So it's a collaboration. I think there's collaboration required across the deployment of all of these applications, but that's that collaboration, I think, that makes this ambitious future achievable in the near term. So with that, I'll hand it over to Jake.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kate. Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon, nearly. Everybody, yeah, so my name's Jake Thompson. I'm the Director of Novel Nuclear and Special Projects at Rolls-Royce. I also have the honor of being a Kármán Fellow this year. So I do urge you to go and look at the Kármán project. Fantastic work that they do. So Rolls-Royce is not a name generally associated with space. We're a power and propulsion company. We provide power and propulsion across land, sea, and air domains, gas turbine technology and nuclear technology. So a little bit like Kate said, Rolls-Royce for the last 60 plus years has provided all of the nuclear reactors for the UK's Royal Navy submarine fleet. And we collaborate with our colleagues and friends across the pond in BWXT as well. We're now taking that expertise, both from our aerospace gas turbine capabilities and our nuclear heritage, and applying that to the space domain for all of the great reasons that Kate's just said. And it's my privilege to be leading that effort in Rolls-Royce. So just a snapshot, really, and it is a snapshot because this is actually a still taken from a video of kind of our vision of what the future human presence and lunar economy might look like. So I do urge you to come down to the UK Space Agency Pavilion downstairs and actually see the whole video and come and talk to us. And we've also got a model of our microreactor on the stand. And I think I don't really need to dwell too much on this slide because this fantastic panel has done the work for me. Everything that we're going to need to do on the moon, not just to survive, but to thrive and to explore, is going to need power. It's going to require power. And as Rob said, solar plays a part in that, but there's places, interesting places we want to go that are permanently shadowed. So that's one reason, and there are many, why we will need nuclear power as part of that lunar infrastructure and that lunar architecture. And we, as Kate said, want to apply our nuclear expertise in a very similar parallel environment, submarine reactors, take that capability and apply that to space nuclear. So I just wanted to sort of, and this is my last slide, and I guess we'll go to questions then. I just wanted to bring it back to, well, what are we doing today to make that vision a reality? Because the videos are fantastic, you know, and the Novello, etc. But how are we going to get there? And there's work going on in all our companies to turn that vision into a reality. So just some pictures here. We've been greatly supported through the UK Space Agency over the last about 4 years. To turn that vision of space nuclear into a reality. And it's turning into hardware and test hardware as we speak. So the picture, the kind of picture on, which side is it? The right-hand side, that is taking our turbine capability in Rolls-Royce Group and developing a closed loop Brayton cycle. So that takes the hot gas that you generate the heat in the reactor, heater gas, and take that hot gas to drive a turbine to generate the power. So we're developing that technology and demonstrating that technology, as Kate said, at an applicable scale. We've also been doing some manufacturing trials and some tests on other aspects of the reactor. And if you want to find out more, please do come and see us at the UK Space Agency stand. And then just, you can't read the words, but the kind of 1 to 10 on the bottom side there. So I said at a panel this morning, like nuclear is hard and space is hard, and together they're really, really hard. So we're working on a collaboration effort with our colleagues and friends at BWXT to really understand the kind of design envelope for space nuclear, make sure we're developing systems that are scalable and robust and will meet our future demand and aren't just a kind of spot point design. So through the UK Space Agency International Bilateral Fund, we're collaborating with BWXT to really explore that design space. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you. You guys are doing great. Your questions are much better than mine, so we're going to go with yours. They're much harder, so buckle up. Speaking of buckling up, extrapolating from rovers back to arms, could you tell us a little bit, Laurie, the robotics, including the human cyborg that you showed in your picture. By the way, I noticed, and we didn't plan this, every picture showed more and more capability set. So sometimes good things happen to all of us. So that was actually pretty cool how those pictures turned out. But early on, we're not going to have humans there all the time. Can you talk a little bit? You and I actually, you mentioned the other day, autonomy versus automation. And there actually is a pretty significant difference between those. You want to share your guys' thoughts on that?
Sure, and I guess we've seen this grow over the course of time, starting out with the space shuttle. There's some people from the space shuttle team in this audience, actually, where the robotic operators were actually looking out the windows of the space shuttle to like check for clearances, and they're on joysticks, hand controllers. As we moved to the space station, doing the logistics with Roberto on the space station, that moved from the astronauts in the space station controlling the robotics to it's almost exclusively controlled by people on the ground doing the robotics, and it's not joysticks anymore, it's like automatic commands. So the robot isn't thinking, but it's saying like go from point A to point B and following a very deterministic path. As we move to the Canadarm3 for the Lunar Gateway, we're going from the automatic to autonomous, so introducing levels of autonomy where the person doesn't need to intervene. You can give it a high-level complex task, and the robot will go do that independently. And then obviously that translates to the lunar surface where like at first the astronauts are going to be there for like a week, a month at a time. So these systems for the rest of the time do need to be autonomous. So we're developing autonomy for the lunar vehicles, not only the robotics, but also autonomous self-driving car technology. So you can see that that progression, and at least on the moon, we'll start from day one because it's mandatory.
Awesome. Hal, please open the doors, is all that comes to
That's
mind.
right.
Nothing can go wrong. Let's see. So this is just in random order to keep you guys on your toes. So Jake, one of the folks asked a question, which is a good one. Can you, in 239 words or less, radioisotopes versus fission power? Because a lot of folks, when they think space nuclear, probably think RTGs. So just
okay,
239
words. Those words didn't count. Okay, yeah, so very quickly, and Kate, please chip in. Radioisotope power systems are based on an unstable isotope, and that unstable isotope basically decays on its own into daughter products, and that decay produces heat. So those daughter products are vibrating around, and they get quite hot. So things like plutonium, americium, strontium, all materials that decay naturally and produce heat. And then a radioisotope power system basically takes a lump of that material. This is over 239 words, but we'll go with it. Takes that material and sort of wraps a system around it to directly convert that heat into electrical power. Generally fairly low levels of power. So kind of 10 to 100 watts, that kind of range. Fission surface power, nuclear reactors for space, are just like nuclear reactors here on Earth. They take uranium and they split that uranium atom, so fission that atom, and then that produces quite a lot of heat. But it also produces neutrons, and those neutrons go on to split other atoms, and you get a controllable chain reaction, creates a lot of heat. That's a fission reactor using uranium as a fuel. And then we convert that heat into, or you transfer that heat into a working fluid, gas usually, in these systems. And then that gas is used, as I said earlier, to drive a turbine to generate electrical power. In power terms, much bigger systems, tens, hundreds of kilowatts, but scalable ultimately, especially with heavy lift, to potentially megawatt class reactors in the future.
Awesome. That was 239 in metric, I think. So. English. Let's see. Okay, we're going to come back to nuclear in just a moment. So, Kate, buckle up. Micrometeorites and meteorites and orbital debris and so forth. We think a lot about that from an ISS perspective. But interesting questions here, both from a lunar orbital standpoint, Roberto, and then what thoughts have you guys had on surface debris and any accommodations you're going to need to make there relative to what you guys do on orbit when you think MPH?
First of all, the environment of low Earth orbit in terms of debris and micrometeoroid is worse than the lunar orbit environment. So, and I think it's one of the few points in which we are lucky for when you go to the moon. So, in terms of debris, lunar orbital orbiting elements will be equipped, of course, with micrometeoroids, but the challenge there will be the dust for both the gateway with the lander that will human lander that will dock to the gateway, and of course when we speak of habitats or elements on the moon, the real challenge is the dust rather than the micrometeoroid. There are several technologies that can be applied for that. There is some, but basically we are testing now. We have some means to discharge with the electricity the lunar dust in order to keep it and then remove it. That is a bit far, but it's a challenge that we are facing now. And the other point in terms of environment that is a big difference with respect to the low Earth orbit is the radiation. Of course, that is another point that we have to tackle when we think to a permanent presence on the moon.
Can I add?
You may.
Tying the autonomy question together and the micrometeoroid, on the space station, like our robotic systems have been hit by the micrometeoroids, and like the Canadarm2 actually has a small hole in it that the team found by doing manual inspection, which is a routine thing. So now our team of crack engineers has tied in the autonomy by they've developed a tool that will autonomously scan the systems that we have and identify the actual strikes. So instead of having a human like poring laboriously over the equipment and doing all these inspections, you can just tell the system autonomously to go inspect the system, and it will come up with a report that says, here's where you've been hit and you need to go look at these areas. So autonomy is everywhere.
Let's see, going back to nuclear, Kate, so Jake did a great 239-word explanation, kind of from a nuclear power perspective. Can you talk a little bit about Draco and just the basics of NTP, and somewhere in there talk a little bit about HALEU versus HEU, because I think that's one of the major enablers for being able to move us forward to this vision in the future.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I'm going to make this as basic as possible, because I am by degree not a nuclear engineer, not even an aerospace engineer. I'm a chemical engineer, so I had to learn, all of this. But so for nuclear thermal propulsion, we talked about how you can take nuclear fission and convert that to electricity to power a spacecraft or a lander. This is using that same fission chain reaction, but instead of converting converting that energy to electricity, we're converting it to thrust. So an NTP reactor is a very fancy high temperature heat exchanger with a very extreme difference in temperature between your very cold propellant and your very hot reactor. And that change in temperature as the propellant gas expands through the nozzle creates this massive amount of thrust and an efficiency 2 to 5 times greater, depending on the mission, compared to chemical propulsion. So that can be a huge enabler for cislunar transportation. It can be an enabler for reducing the mission time to extend human exploration from the moon to Mars. And it can be done in a way that with technology we know we can make and we know is going to work as planned because of a lot of advances in testing and how we can model and build these systems. One of the big advancements or enablers to the Draco demo was actually some policy change in the United States. So when we talk high enriched uranium compared to high assay low enriched uranium, it's talking about the percentage of that fissile isotope that's going through that fission chain reaction. So the higher the percentage, the more of that isotope there is, and the more efficient the heat that's generated through that reaction is. And now with a high assay low enriched uranium system, you have 1/5 by comparison the amount of fissile isotope, but you also we're in a more favorable non-proliferation state because of the use of that material. So it's more enabling, it's simpler from a policy perspective, which is one of the major challenges that we need to work through is just exercising our policy and exercising our regulatory process to go through the safety review prior to launch to know that we can safely and ethically operate these systems and deploy them on orbit. So that is a change. So I talked about policy changes in the United States that simplify the process to launch a high assay low enriched uranium system. So it takes away some of the levels of approval that would be needed and review. But it is a technical deviation from the baseline development that's been done extensively by the United States. So the United States space nuclear is not new. We've even launched reactors in space. Other countries have as well. We launch radioisotope power systems into orbit all the time for various deep space and science missions. What's new is going through this process with this HALEU reactor because it just deviates from the base knowledge that we have and that we've gathered over 6 or 7 decades of space nuclear development.
Yeah, we talk about the Draco program in particular being DARPA hard. It's kind of for a couple of reasons. One, we're gonna take it critical after we are up in orbit safely at a high altitude, such that the decay of the orbit due to drag is many times longer than the orbital decay or the radioactive decay of the isotopes. So doing it on orbit for the first time without that ground test is DARPA hard. And it's also hard because of the policy. Some of my colleagues in DC say that policy engineering is harder than hypersonic guidance engineering and harder than nuclear engineering. And there are days when I agree with them. So that's the other thing that these pathfinders are doing, and there are several questions about that, which is how do we do this safely, ethically, responsibly in order to literally propel the human race forward. So let's see. So these systems will be large, will be massive, and will be heavy even with 1/6 gravity. Still, the weight will still be high. Can you talk a little bit, Lori, on from a Canadian perspective, and you're not speaking for Canada, but Canada has talked about doing a utility vehicle now that would be a key part of the overall infrastructure for when we move, whether it's water or hydrogen or oxygen or small nuclear power plants. What do you guys see? What does Canada see as part of that part of the contribution for Artemis?
Sure, and you would have seen, if you have your finger on the pulse of the Canadian space community, you would have seen the Canadian Space Agency announce what they're calling a lunar utility vehicle. So that's Canada's next contribution to the Artemis mission. And how it's envisioned is that it's uncrewed rover that will support logistics and other medium-size payload transport on the surface of the moon. So complementary to LTV, which is the crewed vehicle. The lunar utility vehicle will probably be in that class, like the 1,000 to 2,000 kilogram class, and will be used to support the humans. So if you saw in Roberto's pictures, there's a lander, there's a robot, nice. And it's taking all these payloads off, and they're like sitting on the ground. They need to go somewhere. So you're not going to spend time with humans like dealing with all of this cargo. Like the lander comes and all the cargo, the lunar utility vehicle can take that cargo, transport it to the habitat, dock to the MPH, transfer pressurized cargo, all of those sort of things, while also doing other support tasks like hooking up the nuclear systems. Like you have a power plant, you need to plug it in somewhere, there's cabling. A lot of support and infrastructure tasks that just really support the infrastructure noted in the novella that enable the sustained human presence on the moon. That's where we're at. We're doing a small study of that right now, and it's pretty exciting.
That's awesome. So we'll have to get those systems to the surface, Roberto. We of course on the American side of the pond, we've got the CLIPS missions, which are working their way through and working to larger payloads. Then we've got the plans for what we call the human class or human scale logistics associated with the HLS and SLD programs on the very, very high end. But what has not been afforded or created yet is sort of that middle ground, and that's what Argonaut is focused on. You want to talk a little bit about where y'all are on that?
Sure. ESA selected Thales Radio Space recently for the development of the Argonaut. We are closing the negotiation with ESA. Hopefully, we will be ready to start by the end of the year. Argonaut is a lander that has an initial capability of, I would say, up to 2 tons. That is, I think, fitting with what you are planning to do with your LUV. It's a challenge for Europe because it will be the first time Europe will have such a system. So it is in the line of European development of European capabilities and integrating the capabilities in an overall Artemis architecture. The first flight is planned by 2031. Our hope is that while we will demonstrate this capability, we will be able also to grow the capability of in terms of mass up to 4 to 5 tons. Of course, that will require some modification and some maybe a dual launch, because as Europe we have Ariane 6 that is serving this, so we will have maybe to do with 2 launches. It's a challenge because basically a lander is a set of engines and GNC. So quite interesting technology in the 2 cases, and we will select the engine by the end of this month, and then we will proceed for the final negotiation with these.
It's really exciting. In fact, that's one of the points we should highlight is all of the things that you see in the picture there are under some level of development today. It's not science, it's not science fiction, it's science fact, but seriously it is. These are all systems, and they're not just all in one country, much less all one company. Let's see, so we're gonna enter our speed round. Is you only get 2 words for the answer for each. Up to 5, I'm gracious, I'm wise and benevolent. Up to 5 words, what keeps you up at night in your areas associated with cislunar? Lori, go.
Interoperability. So
actually, that was almost 5 syllables. I think it was more like 6. But no, you could even use more words. But yeah,
like how all these systems are going to plug together. So what is the USB port of the moon?
Yep. So we can make sure we have the same tires, so we can steal each other's tires and leave each other up on regolith blocks. Yep. Okay, Roberto.
I think a common vision shared for standards.
Wow, that's good. Yeah, that the common vision piece, and that's why we threw our stuff out there was not to drive, again, here's Lockheed, like, here's what we're going to do. No. It's more, let's start talking about real, actual implementation, and everyone can find where they are in that. But if we don't communicate and do that, there'll be random acts of engineering.
Yes, exactly.
That won't plug together or get us to an end game. All right, Kate.
I guess shifting the urgency to now from the long term, from these end users and the ultimate adopters of these technologies.
That was in metrics. That was 13.
Yeah, it was not 5. It was not 5.
Five
But that's
words
what keeps
in
me up
metric.
at night. So
100% agree with you on that. All right, Jake.
Policy and regulation. I think we touched on it before, but policy and regulation.
Yep, that's right. Okay, and then we've got 2 minutes and, oh, okay. It just sat there on 2 minutes and 3 seconds for a long time. I was waiting for it to go to 2:02, and now it just jumped down to 1:56. I'm very freaked out over here. Biggest question for everybody was, beyond evident benefits like science and so forth, what do you see as the value to the average Earthling for what we're doing here? And so what, that could be what got you into it, you personally, or how do you see this impacting beneficially the people of Earth from around the world? Lori.
Inspiration. I don't
You
know
can
if
use
we're
more than 5 words, by the way. Yeah.
Like probably 90% of the people in this room watched the launch on Sunday, and that's just inspiring. And people I didn't even think were connected to the space community were messaging me, like going, "What is this crazy thing?" Their kids now want to do engineering. So there's obviously an inspiration aspect to it.
Absolutely, Roberto.
I think the one point will be to learn how to live in outer worlds. That I think it is important in view of our future.
Yeah, I think sustainability. So not just creating more sustainable space exploration, but creating more sustainable energy sources on Earth, because nuclear in space is good for building out more nuclear on Earth, which we certainly need to meet our climate goals.
Ditto, you beat me to it. So I'll add one extra, and I think it's collaboration, international collaboration, to deliver the kind of the vision that we've put forward. It's going to be more than one company, more than one country. It's going to really require international collaboration, and that is a good thing.
I would say space exploration is the greatest team sport ever, even better than soccer or football. So thank you. All right. 0, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us today. Come by all the booths and talk to the teams and share your thoughts on what you see that future looks like and how you'll be part of all that. So thank you very much.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Astronautical Federation. Thank you for being here. I am pleased to welcome you to this GNF session titled Protecting Our People and Planet, IRIDE Constellation, and as a global catalyst for sustainability. Please welcome on stage for some opening remarks, Raffaella Luglini, Chief Sustainability Officer at Leonardo. Thank you.
Grazie. Okay, so good afternoon. As you said, I'm Raffaella Luglini, I'm Chief Sustainability Officer at Leonardo. I am delighted to give you my personal welcome today here at the IAC 2024, and also on behalf of Leonardo, who has promoted this global networking forum focused on IRIDE space program as a global catalyst in protecting people and planet. I'm honored to address such a distinguished space audience. We are here to share a common vision, a strong commitment, and an ambitious program, which sets the crucial goal of preserving our planet and build a more sustainable one for the next generations, thanks to Earth observation and space technologies. Over the last years and days, we have witnessed a significant increase in climate change events and natural disasters worldwide. We all still have in our eyes the vivid images of the rage of Hurricane Milton in Florida. Many nations are currently facing serious concerns related to mitigation, early warning, and protection of their territories and populations. It is a common challenge to tackle and a common goal to achieve for a sustainable future. Substantial progress has been made thanks to the development of new space and ground technologies aimed at ensuring a safe environment for future generations. These solutions are at the heart of Leonardo business. Their positive impact on protecting people and planet is definitely a fact. They represent a significant answer to climate change, but in order to be successful, a global action and a global commitment is mandatory. Governments, institutions, civil society, industry, each of these organizations plays a crucial role in building a future-proof environment. This is the reason why Leonardo promoted this event today, which focuses on IRIDE, a space program which will mark the near future of space and sustainability, thanks to the contribution of key stakeholders within the space domain at international level. We gather here at IAC 2024 not just as space dreamers or sustainability fans. Today we get together as industry and institutions to prove how space is the natural arena to commit, build, and deliver a multi-domain and multi-solution platform for climate action. Today we will explore how the joint effort of industry and space agencies can support governments by fully exploiting space technologies and capabilities, with the ultimate goal of contributing to the world's progress and security. This mission is at the heart of Leonardo purpose as well, a purpose which is actioned daily through the technologies and solutions developed by our group, leveraging its role as an international leader in global security, covering the entire value chain of space. IRIDE is a powerful example of how multi-stakeholder commitment in the space domain can truly be a catalyst for sustainable development. That is why today we are delighted to welcome the top representatives of institutions and industries contributing to IRIDE, which are fully committed to make this program a successful benchmark at global level. Furthermore, we are particularly excited today, as this year Italy is hosting IAC, and IRIDE represents a significant Italian contribution to a larger European program, complementing other Italian programs such as Cosmos, SkyMed, and Prisma, as well as European ones like Copernicus. So thank you for being with us today, and take this opportunity to join Leonardo GNF to explore together IRIDE, the constellation of constellations, in an open dialogue with our outstanding panelists. And now, let's kick off with a video. very powerful. And now I hand you over to Simonetta Di Pippo, Professor of Practice of Space Economy and Director of SEA Lab. Simonetta, the stage is yours.
So good afternoon, everyone, and really thank you to be here. I'll be the moderator today, and it's really a pleasure for me to be in this role with such distinguished speakers. First of all, allow me to introduce the speakers, and then I'll ask you to join me on stage. First, I would like to ask Simonetta Kelly, Director of the ESA Earth Observation Programs and Head of ESRIN. Please, Simonetta, join me. Very good. I didn't need to call, yeah. Two Simonettas, good. The second one, Massimo Comparini, Managing Director of Space Business Unit, Leonardo. Massimo, pleasure. Then Arti Olamaini, the Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Arti. And then Teodoro Valente, ASI President, the Chair of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space for the period 2026-2027. Teodoro. So, first of all, I'm sure you have a lot of things to say, as usual, but I've been requested to be a sort of, let's say, strict moderator. And so I'll have to interrupt you, I mean, with a lot of kindness, but still, if you take, let's say, more time than expected. Allow me to go for first round, and my first question is for Simonetta. And the question is, you know, IRIDE can be seen as a game changer, and it is, by the way. So could you drive us through the benefits to protect people and the planet IRIDE could offer in addition to the European Copernicus program? Simonetta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Simonetta, the other Simonetta, for this question. I think we have a couple of slides going up, but in a nutshell, IRIDE is a national Italian project. It's been entrusted to ESA for the management and implementation, and ESA is implementing it with us in a joint project team. It's a program of about 1 billion euros. It's a program with challenging deadlines because of the European Commission deadlines in terms of implementation of the funding and the development of a constellation, rather optical hyperspectral constellation is the core of it. But if we go to the next slide, what's the objective? The objective, of course, to develop an end-to-end system. And that's why it's so important and also so relevant as a complementary national system to the existing European ones and Copernicus as well. It's a system where you develop satellites, but you also develop services, and you also organize a ground segment to support that. So that's really, in a nutshell, an end-to-end system that will be available as national capabilities, data sources, and also infrastructure for a European wider context. If we go to the next slide, we also see what type of services are going to be developed. And that was really the capital that came with this program from the Italian user requirements. In fact, we couldn't start from scratch, and we couldn't develop any constellation from scratch if we didn't have had already a very close collaboration among users in Italy in terms of collecting user requirements dedicated to 8 services, institutional services, and that's also what IRIDE is all about. It's about responding to clear user requirements which come from the institutional side. I'm sure Teodoro will mention about that more, but really to support environmental requirements, land motion, everything that's related to air quality, defense, but also supporting agriculture and user requirements related to the protection of our heritage, which is very important in Italy. So that's part of the value added of this initiative, which is an initiative, I think, that puts Italy at the forefront in terms of acquiring capabilities, increasing its workforce in terms of industrial workforce. We'll talk about it later, but also really positioning Italy as a clear leading actor in the context of the wider European and international scenario in Earth observation.
I cannot agree more. So allow me to jump to Teodoro Valente. Teodoro, based on your double role as president of ASI and upcoming chair of COPUS, could you outline the role that Italy plays today and will play in Earth observation, also thanks to IRIDE, and also how space-based solution can foster sustainability? Teodoro.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for the question. Just to be clear, but you were right. I'm not actually the president of COPUS because there is a president. Yeah, no, you were right. You were right. Now, just to be clear for the audience, I will be, yeah, I will be an incoming president in 2026. So let me say this to answer to your question, which has two parts. For the first one, I think we can say without any doubt that Italy is a very important player for what it concerns the Earth observation activities, not because ASI says this, but because the international community says this. And just let's remember what we have done, what we are doing with our Cosmos SkyMed satellites, as well as with Prisma satellite, to which the IRIDE constellation, which is a constellation of a constellation, will be added in pipeline in order to have more higher potential for the purposes that we have. And that's for sure, according to also what Simonetta showed very rapidly in the public services, that the IRIDE solution, the IRIDE constellation will have an important role in long-term sustainability, because it is designed to be as a public infrastructure, even though it will have a part of commercial services to help to achieve sustainability goals on Earth. Frequent monitoring of our national territory, and so it is really a sort of game changer supporting the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in the area of disaster prevention related to climate change. So this is one important thing, and we also have decided that we will implement when the constellation will be ready and fully operating to adopt some data sharing with emerging countries, for example. One of these will be perhaps the Kenya, through our relationship with the Kenya Space Agency. So giving a contribution not only on the Italian side, but also in the international side. And this is important because it's in some way, conceptually speaking, not like technical speaking, related also to my ideas for what it concerns the activities of next COPUS, starting from 26, because I think that we should work in order to advocate for, I would say, a broader and more inclusive vision of sustainability. We need to combat, obviously, and to define solution for the climate change, that's obvious, but we need also to address the socio-economical dimensions of these issues, which are linked to sustainable development. And the areas are those which have been mentioned by Simonetta, so food security, energy management, biodiversity protection, all in addition to climate change and disaster monitoring and hopefully preventing. But I want also to stress another point, that in this case, we are talking about sustainability of our planet, that is sustainability on Earth. But when we talk about sustainability, we need also to take into account sustainability on space, in space, which is another very important issue, which cannot be divided by sustainability, generally speaking. And so talking about the space environment, and also this one, I think, should be a relevant topic to be discussed inside Corpus. Here we do have some expertises in Italy as Italian Space Agency. Let me recall, for example, the measures, the programs that we have actually running under the National Recovery Resiliency Plan, which is the so-called in-orbit economy. The in-orbit economy is divided into two lines. One is in-orbit servicing, which is a contribution fundamental for sustainability in space, as well as the fly-high measurements, hopefully, and finally, which is more related to SSA, but it can give a contribution to detection of debris and so sustainability in space. Then we have the other topic, which is important anyway, which is related. We discussed it also yesterday on in situ resources utilization, which affect sustainability in space and from space towards our Earth. So I think IRIDE will give a very important contribution, and perhaps later on we'll dig some more technical detail. But when we talk about sustainability, we need to take into account both environmental aspect as well as socio-economical challenges.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your very comprehensive description. Now let me move to Arti, the Director of the Office for Outer Space Affairs. Arti, how do you think the solutions that could be potentially offered by IRIDE can support the achievement, expected achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and if I may, also the renewed, let's say, commitments taken by member states recently at the Summit of the Future? Please.
Thank you, Simonetta. And I don't know how many of you know, but during her time at UNUSA, Simonetta presided over the creation of the Space 2030 Agenda, which was looking at how space could contribute to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, something which I have inherited and which next year there will be a midterm review of. We really want to see how are we doing, how are member states doing on the achievement of each of these goals, knowing that space data and services have such an important role to play to so many of the goals. So the question of how IRIDE will contribute to this is really a no-brainer. We know the importance of Earth observation data. We know that it is effectively actionable intelligence for the member states who have access to it. And whether we see it being used for meteorology or climate change, all the way to think about the Maldives, which has an average elevation of just 1 meter above sea level, the lowest elevation of all the countries everywhere, the first island state which will be wiped out when the sea level rises. We can think about this, we can think about food security and agriculture, oceans monitoring, deforestation, IUU fishing, so many, the list is endless. But what interests me is the differentiator, the delta difference that IRIDE will make over systems which are out there already. The overwhelming feedback that we have from member states is, number one, oh, it's great, all these stories about what Earth observation data can do, but we can't afford it. We don't have access to it. Yeah, so the affordability, the accessibility question. And secondly, well, great, you give us data, but so many of us, we don't know how to use it. So the capacity building question, how are we going to train and so on? And this is a very important role for the office. We're the gateway between space solutions on the one hand and the needs of member states on the other. And we are told repeatedly that even though member states may work with UNDP, World Health Organization, FAO, all of the UN agencies that everybody has heard about when they haven't heard about UNUSA, they tell us that each one of those other agencies has their own mission and their own priority. None one of them has a mission to give them space data and to teach them how to use it. It's only UNUSA that does that through our SPIDER program, Space-Based Information for Disaster and Emergency Response. But member states are telling us they need more high-resolution data. A lot of member states say there's so much data available for free. Anybody can access it, whether it's Landsat, whether it's Copernicus. Of course, this is very useful data, but there's a limited amount of things that you can do with that. And especially local actions, they require higher resolution data. Problem, it's either commercial, which means it's expensive, or it's military, which means it's not accessible. So I have high hopes for our collaboration with Italy, but maybe I'll save that answer for the second round of questions. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now let me switch to Massimo, with a question which may sound a basic one, but I'm sure you will make a lot out of it. So as a representative of Italian industry and specifically of Leonardo, which is the role played by industry and Leonardo by developing IRIDE solutions and services?
You're right, Simonetta. It may appear a basic question, but in reality I can talk half an hour. So I will divide by 10 and keep a stick on the 3 minutes. But first of all, let me start with something which is apparently disconnected, but I think that to debate about the impact of a system like IRIDE at IAC is particularly important, because IAC is also a place where we discuss a lot about exploration, human in the outer space, and every astronaut that saw the Earth from the station always gave the same message: amazing beauty and amazing fragility. And of course, systems like IRIDE contribute to the sustainability, contribute, let's say, to make this planet sustainable, but also to protect this planet, which is, I think, one of the key messages of flagship program like Copernicus. So in this respect, I frame my response, Simonetta, on the fact that we have a lot of technologies flying in our Earth observation systems. And IRIDE, if I could say, it's a good example of the impact that Teodoro described just a few seconds ago about what Italy can bring in a system like that. Why? Because you cannot imagine a constellation of constellations if you don't have a long-standing heritage on how to build a first constellation, first. Second, and then I will take for a couple of minutes this point. I will be back in a couple of minutes. But you cannot imagine the impact if you are not going to measure the Earth or sensing the Earth with different angles, which means the multi-mission. So here we have optical sensing, radar sensing, multi-hyperspectral sensing, and all of that combined to have the information that we need for the different SDGs, for the different user communities. So a second element, how the impact of IRIDE. And the third one, you mentioned the number of companies that are involved. And in this respect, I have in mind two valuable principles. Why Italy is having this big impact in this. One, it's not just a single company, big enough. It's really a chain of different companies. And this is, I think, it's a big value of the ecosystem. And the second is not just to conceive an advanced sensor without keeping in mind what is the ground architecture to manage this complexity and what is the service in the downstream. And so if you ask apparently a basic question, or say something which is very basic but is not at all, today we cannot imagine a new sensor or new systems without having in mind what is at the end, so the final users. It may appear very simple, but it's not. It's not, because for many, many years, and was right at that time, we went through a technology push, and you know very well, Simonetta. So how to push the technologies to make reliable our space systems. And there was a kind of phase fundamental for the space community and the space industry. Today, if we want to have an impact on a new system, at the same time we imagine new technologies, we need to imagine, okay, what's the difference at the very end, at the downstream, this new technology will bring, and how we combine different technologies to have this impact more and more evident. So I think those are elements where IRIDE is really showing a powerful ecosystem today that we have in Italy, which is, I discussed many times with Simonetta, is also a richness for all Europe. I had in mind that, for instance, Italy is leading two important missions of the Copernicus expansion. One is Roselle, an L-band radar for the monitoring of the land, and the other is CIMR, COMR. No, CIMR. CO2M is on the other side. No, you know, no, yes, because I'm still president of TAS, so CO2M. No, I have in mind the CIMR with TAS Italian, OHB Italy, which is to monitor the pole, the ice caps, which is fundamental to understand what is the status of the health of the Earth. So, an example how to complement constellations, large infrastructures, to have all the base of data to have really a digital twin of the Earth, which is fundamental to address the SDG, is fundamental to address global challenges, and is fundamental also to address local challenges in the monitor of our territory, of our security. So I think IRIDE, it's a kind of good panorama of why we can give this impact from Italy to Europe, and not only to Europe.
Not only to Europe, yeah. Absolutely. This brings me to Simonetta again. So, considering, as has been said several times, that IRIDE is a user-driven program, so can you tell us a little bit about the key players, in your opinion, and also how this will impact on the space ecosystem? So how IRIDE can be, let's say, can skyrocket certain solutions for the institutional market.
Thank you, Simonetta. We said in the beginning, and we've heard it even more supported by ASI and UN and even industry, the fact that IRIDE is not just a system of systems, but is very strongly based on user requirements. Today, the work which is done through the IRIDE project team, the integrated project team ISA-ASI, has already collected more than 200 users in the aggregation of all what is planned in terms of service development. In Italy, ISPRA is the main focal point, is the one that has today the role of actually organizing those user services and those services around the IRIDE. And I think ISPRA is a very good, I would say, user, because ISPRA has been not just very active in the last decades in terms of collecting, understanding, organizing user requirements on the environmental side, so environmental degradation, everything that's related to many of those application areas, but has also been having a very key role in terms of active participation to relevant European projects, because ISPRA has been involved in relevant European projects. I mean, we've been working with ISPRA in the context of GEO, we've been working with ISPRA in Italy, not GRC, by the way, ISPRA, in the context of also European projects. So I think what is very important here is the consolidation of those user requirements, the demonstration of precursor services, and that's also what is being done. And there I think the synergy between a national program like IRIDE and the European programs, that the ones we are running in ESA, is very important. We have a program in ESA called Future.io. We have a program where we developed R&D demonstration of the value of using Earth observation data to support specific user requirements and application. And there I think of agriculture, crop monitoring, environmental degradation, but also subsidence or support to disaster management. And those demonstration products, which sometimes are really developed in another program called Future.io, GOO and ESA program can be extremely useful in terms of precursor demonstration of what IRIDE will do to support the users at national but also European, and we said here, which is very important, international level, because we should not forget that the value of Earth observation, the value of the collaboration on sustainability should be a worldwide one, and that's why we are presenting this at IAC today.
Thank you so much. So this brings me back to Massimo, and mentioning the Leonardo excellences in a way. So for sure, there is quite a strong, let's say, positioning of Leonardo in terms of, the value chain and multi-domain and multi-services perspectives. We've been discussing this, at length, let's put it like that. So if you could summarize a little bit the Leonardo perspective from this standpoint, in particular on IRIDE, but in general also, would be great.
Okay, let's start. IRIDE is an end-to-end system. So we have a space segment, a ground segment, and of course the marketplace for the downstream. And of course we are present all over the value chain through the pieces of our industrial presence in the market, which is the Space Alliance, Thales Alenia Space, Telespazio, IGEOS, that I remember is the joint venture between Telespazio and the Italian Space Agency focused on geospatial. And of course, all our capability and advanced sensors like hyperspectral optical telescope that we have in Leonardo itself. Okay, so this is a status that if we see IRIDE, as we said before, is giving the impact that has been described, but is also marking a potential for the future which is quite remarkable. Why I say that? I say that because if you take, for instance, the radar segment, it would be composed by 12 satellites of a class of about 200 kilos. So it's really a class which has been conceived for the constellation. A class of satellite that has been conceived to a high power computing on board and to connect the single node with the inter-satellite link. So it's, again, technologies bringing advanced architecture for very advanced services. Ground, Telespazio is designing a completely new generation of digital ground. So ground, which is not only there to operate the satellites, but is also there to prepare the data exploitation of huge amount of data. So we can tell digital ground, ground analytics, but this is the principle. And last but not least, of course, Simonetta mentioned the cluster of 8 services, which is, of course, find in the downstream part, again, in the service part in IGEOS, the terminal, together with the kind of constellation of other enterprises that are part of the marketplace. So this is the reality today and what IRIDE has been conceived for. And then I had a specific point, which is what we are working in the last few months to shape the strategy Leonardo behind the legacy of a space infrastructure. At the end here, we are talking about how to derive information from data. So we really think that the convergence between the digital technologies and space technologies is fundamental for that. So we imagine to inject AI, artificial intelligence, high-power computing to process this huge amount of data and derive the information and give the information through digital platforms in a protected environment. And this is another step that we are going to add, which is also one of the key visions that we are shaping for the Leonardo Space Division, starting from the capability to conceive from technology to service complex systems like IRIDE.
Thank you so much. I believe it's quite a good strategic view of what is happening and is going to happen in the near future. But let me move to Teodoro again. And Teodoro, it's a little bit more a political question, but how you feel that Italy and the Italian leadership can contribute to, let's say, cooperation at international level, supporting the development of space-based solutions, for example, for climate change mitigation and adaptation, to protect people and the planet?
Well, I think that Italy can play a key role in international cooperation as general statement, based on the long-standing experience that we have to foster international cooperation. Yeah. But to the focus of your question, we have expertise to do it also to develop space-based solutions for climate change, having a solid background in space technology, Earth observation, and environmental monitoring. And if I can, since the topic of this GNF is IRIDE is going to give a very important contribution to this approach, and is a prime example. 68 satellites, when the constellation will be finished, which I think will deeply modify our approach to monitoring of the Earth. Why? Because we are talking about a very rapid revisiting time, which enables to get frequent data. Then data must be elaborated. I agree with Massimo, and we have also other tools in order to get the right information, but we can get frequent data acquisition from specific areas. And so this means that we can provide timely information to decision makers to help to save life, for example, to protect properties, for example, to preserve the environment, for example. So IRIDE goes beyond the immediate disaster response. And the international cooperation is important because with this constellation, we can get early warning signs of potential hazard. So putting our decision makers in the condition to take informed decision promptly. And if we, as we would like to do, as we will do in the long term, will share this data also with the emerging countries where it is possible, this will be a real contribution worldwide for the purpose of sustainability of our planet, and also will be a sort of, let's say, push in order to put the emerging nations in a situation where they are not today. And this means that together with data, we need to put our efforts, and we are putting in some countries of the emerging areas for training decision makers, for capacity buildings, initiatives. And so I think we need to, let me say, to embrace a sort of new perspective on the power of the Earth observation. Because instead of just reacting to the emergency, for example, the climate change, we need to focus, and we must focus on prevention and targeted solution. And this is a very powerful tool for international collaboration, and I think that IRIDE is designed also for this and will give a very high valuable contribution in this area.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And on the same vein, I will ask Arti, from your perspective, what can be the positive impacts that IRIDE can provide on a global scale, which is, an extension of what Teodoro just mentioned?
First of all, I think we should recognize that there's a lot of money that goes into new Earth observation satellites, dedicated ones for sea water, measurements and so on. So many different investments that are going in. This is a great example of a targeted use of public funds for something, for filling a gap. And I think that should be recognized. For me, what do we do with such an asset? It's a question of organization, optimization, and efficiency. We know Earth observation data is very valuable. What we maybe don't realize is how we will, as the number of natural disasters increases, man-made disasters increases, as the impact and the effect of climate change increases, and the pace of change of our environment increases, we will need more data going forward, and we will need more precise data, more actionable data. So it's great that IRIDE has so many different aspects, from optical radar to the multiple frequency ranges, from infrared to panchromatic, multispectral, hyperspectral, all of these things, right? But how do we make this accessible and to the developing world who needs it most? How do we do that? That's where the point about international cooperation comes in. That's where the importance that Italy attaches to working with developing nations on an equal footing in the spirit of the Mattei Plan is so important. Now, what is UNUSA doing? On our side, we're trying to get organized. We see that within the UN system, there's more than 25 different parts of the UN who are all individually buying space data. It's completely inefficient. It's an inefficient use of public funds. Some of them, they look to us, whether it's the Office of Drugs and Crime, whether it's the International Atomic Energy Agency, they look at us and they say, you're the space guys. Why aren't you aggregating this demand and procuring that data for the UN system? Our motivator is not the UN system. That is a good reason. Our motivator is the SDGs and the developing countries. And here we hope that when it comes to acquiring data, we are trying to become the central hub for the procurement of satellite data for the UN system and for developing nations. The first thing is data acquisition. How do we do it? We have some agreements in place with commercial entities, Airbus, Maxar. We're exploring those further, but we really want to partner with countries who do have systems like IRIDE and see if they would be willing to also share that data with us. We're having a conversation about the platform. As Massimo said, with so much more data coming online, we need the high power computing, we need the AI. The UN does not intend to develop its own platform. That would be unaffordable and duplicative. But we're in a conversation with actors who do have these platforms, who are willing to make them available to the United Nations. And we hope that Italy will be an important provider also of that data. We haven't really had that conversation yet, have we? But I hope we will.
Okay, if I can, Simonetta, just to give it to you a very short example, because also the other speakers need times. Let's talk about African countries. So, you know, we have a very solid relationship with Kenya. We are realizing together with Kenya Space Agency in Kenya a regional center for Earth observation with 2 nodes. One node will be in Malindi, where is our base, and another one will be in Nairobi. And we have already agreed to let them available data coming from Cosmos, SkyMed, obviously the data which can be discovered, let's say, that coming from Prisma, and in future, when available, coming from IRIDE. And we are engaging discussion with the African Space Agency, which is not still really operative, as you know, but we are starting to discuss with them, since this is, as Arti said, public funding. But please do not forget that public funding is for the beginning. Then we need to maintain the constellation, and so also a sort of commercial services is needed. Otherwise, it will become very, very difficult.
And if I can just add one thing.
Yeah, sure.
Some years ago, I think it's more than 10 years ago, ESA did a really valuable study to look at what is the multiplier effect of every euro that is invested into satellite systems. And I think back then, more than 10 years ago, it was 27 times the value of every euro that was invested. I don't know if ESA has updated that study, but these are really important factors, especially when we think about the space economy, which is an area of your expertise, Simonetta.
Yes, we do have regular updates of those studies. Those are very useful in terms of understanding the value for money, which is not just purely an economic value, but it's also a value really in terms of societal benefits and all what we're talking here at IAC, sustainability and goals collective to fight climate change, desertification, degradation of environment, and all of that. I think if you talk economics, first of all, I like to say there's going to be a very strong synergy between what Teodoro was mentioning in terms of the Mattei plans, the collaboration with the UN, and the bilateral relations that Italy has with many partners here present at IAC. And what we are doing at ESA, we're also delegated funds from DG IMPA to work in Africa. And we're really working with plans of synergetic activities between what Italy is planning to do, also with the contribution from IRIDE, but not only, also for the contribution from the European satellites that we have available, and what we are doing in terms of work that we do. In Latin America, we are developing a Copernicus hub for the Latin American region. We're doing a similar thing in the Philippines. So there's a lot of potential, I would say, to be exploited in terms of having the best synergy between IRIDE and other initiatives worldwide, also with ESA. Economic benefits, I'd like to mention something before we close. I think we made quite an assessment, a midterm assessment that we shared with the Italian authorities about the value for money of IRIDE, and this is really relevant in terms not just of number of contracts signed, over 30, number of companies involved. Massimo just mentioned really a new sector of SMEs and value-added sector which is involved now in Italy in terms of 73 companies today working on IRIDE, so also an economic value. And in terms of workforce, there's about 400 estimated people workforce increase. There is also very strong collaboration with the academic world, thank you to the IRIDE project in Italy and worldwide. And I think these are all soft and economic direct benefits of this program overall that I like to highlight here. Do you want to say something?
Just a couple of comments. One, Teodoro mentioned about how a system like IRIDE can manage the full cycle of risk, for instance, of our emergency management. And I think it's a good example of quite advanced technology in the downstream. Why I said that? Because in an emergency, we were used for many, many years to manage the event after that it happened. Yeah, right. You may say, okay, of course it's normal. But at the end, if we combine the capability to observe the Earth with the frequency that a constellation like IRIDE enables, first. If we combine things like Destiny, the digital twins, so to have a digital twin, a model of what is the situation. And if you combine data, also weather nowcasting and forecasting, of course I have in mind that the last baby has a jewel coming also from our place in Campion, Nerviano, I mean the methods of third generation. So if we combine all of that in advanced modeling, we can manage the risk also ex ante, which is extremely important also to address issues, global issues that you mentioned, Harti. So I think it's an example of how from the infrastructures we can enable things that a few years ago we cannot imagine, and how in a little bit more strict terms, AI, cloud, all the digital technologies may help to make that possible. And I think this is important also because it's an area where we can open a lot of innovation, a lot once the investment is done, imagine how powerful is the investment that you can make on digital technologies with the startups. And the last comment is that I frequently have the question, okay, but why at the end Italy is leading space domain in exploration, observation? And I had in mind, back to the recovery plan, and back to something which is, it is here in one of the stand, which is Space It Up. It's a kind of advanced partnership between research centers, academia, industry, managed by Italian Space Agency and led by the Politecnico of Turin. I remember when we started to sketch down the recovery plan, it was called at that time by the Minister of Research, because we tried to design, there was also 3 former Ministers of Research, and a 4th one, which was not minister, but they think that I could bring good idea. Research from industry. So how we can connect research to the industry. And I think this is a domain where we are really showing that an ecosystem may work and may work very well. And I think this is one, not the secret, but one of the recipes why Italy is leading space.
Thank you so much. We have just few more minutes, and I got some questions from the audience. And the most popular one is the following. So then who wants to reply? More than welcome. And the question is, what expectation exists about the long-term sustainability of IRIDE post-2026? So it's a bit political, and I don't know if you, but you probably try.
If you put a political question, you will receive a political answer. We are working on that. We are working on that with our authorities.
May I give an industrial answer, Teodoro?
Sure.
You know, it must be sustainable because as a part of the recovery plan, we are building a new factory in Italy, co-funded by the Italian Space Agency.
But we are working on that, Massimo. You know.
Smart Space Factory that will produce, has the capability to produce 2 satellites per week of the class of IRIDE. So we need to export a lot of systems after the success of IRIDE to fulfill the factory.
And before we have the challenge of the post-26, we at ESA, together with us, we have the challenge of 26, which is, I tell you, not a minor one, all together with industry, with the project team. I have the project leader here. So we plan to launch first constellation early 25, then the next one also from Thales next year. And I think that's really the main first challenge ahead, is to make sure the system is up and flying by 26.
If I can contribute a diplomatic answer to complement the political and the industrial one.
The floor to Teodoro.
Working in the United Nations.
Yeah. No,
but diplomatic, yeah.
The demand is not going to stop. It is going to stay up. And we need the Global South to hold the Global North accountable to assume their responsibility and support their neighbors in the Global South. That in itself is an imperative for projects like this to continue long term.
Absolutely. Teodoro.
Yeah, okay, just to give a serious answer. You know, no. With respect to my first one, with respect to my first one, not to yours. You know, from 2026, the owner of the asset will be the Italian Space Agency. So we are seriously working on the long-term sustainability with our national authorities. Some measures are already foreseen in the triennial plan, action plan of the Italian Space Agency, not yet published. Be confident.
So I believe this, I mean, thank you very much, because you gave quite a very, I'd say, comprehensive answer from different standpoints. And just I wanted to mention before I go to a second question, last question, because then we don't have time. Well, I made the exercise to visit the online index, which is hosted by the Office for Outer Space Affairs. And Italy launched, or at least in the online index, you find a little bit more than 80 satellites. Half of them registered, because there are a lot of CubeSats and other satellites not registered. Which means that only with IRIDE, phase 1, let's say, we are giving quite a huge boost to the number of satellites launched by Italy just in one shot. So it's just an element for further elaboration. So I don't want to go deep on that, but just to say that in any case, for the ones who want to know how many satellites are in orbit, you go on the online index of the Office for Outer Space Affairs and you find everything. So the second and last question from the audience is the following. What will be the license of the IRIDE data? Is it open data license? Is the data specifications already considering stack and STAPI? Here we go in a very, precise technical things, specs for being able to support interoperability. Who is going to answer?
Well, again, seriously speaking, we are working on that. We have not yet launched any satellite, so let's give to us the time to work properly.
Absolutely.
You will get some surprise.
Okay. Isa?
No, the data policy is really the remit, as it's a national program of Italy, so we are supporting the process as an advisor, but not in the front line on the data policy preparation, which is really the responsibility of Italy, so I wouldn't like to comment further on that one.
As Teodoro said before, I think that we need to find the right balance between the availability of those data for bilateral, multilateral cooperation, and also how to make from the variable data an asset to keep the sustainability of the system. So I think that this is, again, a practice that it's well established. We learn how to do since about 20 years. So I hope that at the institutional level, we will be inspired by the best practice that we follow in the past.
So we have just 1 minute, and all the other questions are either not so popular or already part of the answers. So I have to say that this was a very interesting panel, as it was following expectations. And it's always a pleasure to be together with friends in discussing these topics. Thank you very much to all of you who attended, up to the end, this very interesting GNF. Thank you very much to Raffaella Luglini for what she did in preparing. Believe me, it's been a very good preparation, very detailed. We have been involved, all of us, in this preparation. Again, thank you very much and see you soon. Bye.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? All right, let's get started. Thank you so much for joining. This is our second annual TED Talk. How many of you have been to a TED Talk before? Just a few, good, because this is not really a traditional TED Talk. It's kind of a space TED Talk. My name is Kyle Cherno. I am the CEO of ExoBiosphere, and I'm a member of the Industrial Relations Committee. And for those of you that are familiar with the IAF, we have Industrial Relations Day, which is today. And today we really celebrate industry. And we wanted to do this series of TED Talks because we wanted to give speakers in industry an opportunity to tell you a little bit more about themselves and the adversity that they go through to make successful businesses. The space industry is a notoriously difficult industry, and some of the guests, all of the guests that you have speaking today, have been through a lot and have really come through the other side with beautiful, successful stories, which I'm really happy to share with you today, and also give you the opportunity to ask questions. So after the talk, there will be the Slido app up. Feel free to scan it, ask your question. I have the questions right here. So as long as the question is not over PG-13, I'm going to ask the question. Feel free to vote a question up if you like it, and we'll get started. So the first speaker is a friend of mine that I've known for a long, long time. Actually, when I first got to Japan, I met him, and I was really inspired by his journey, and he had just started as well, actually. Nobu Okada is the founder of Astroscale, and Astroscale is really a transformative business that's doing sustainability in space. But the business is successful because of the transformative figure that Nobu is. He has worked in numerous countries, but also expanded Astroscale across 5 different countries. His leadership has been instrumental in bringing Astroscale from a startup through various fundraising rounds to a successful IPO, which just happened previous this year. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Nobu Okada.
Thank you, Kyle, and hello everyone. Very nice to see you. So let me start. So this is the world's first image of the real space debris, with 11-meter length and weighing 3 tons, taken by our satellite. That project is initiated by the JAXA. And then we successfully approached the real debris in space. For you, this might look like just an image of the one metal object in space. But to me, this is a kind of a proof of the technology to approach any objects in space from the ground. And this opened the door for the space sustainability. Path to come here was not easy journey so far. Let me explain. This is a visualization of the space object back in 2013 when I founded Astroscale, and all the red dots are debris. And then I realized space debris had already made the space environment unsustainable, and no one had a solution for the problem. And then I started Astroscale because someone has to solve this issue, because our daily lives are relying a lot on the space technologies. My vision was to develop a circular economy in space, like all the other industries have on Earth. So we thought space was huge and treated rockets and satellites as disposable, single-use objects, but it's not true. The density of the object has reached critical level, and chain reaction of collision can happen at any near future. So the satellites and rockets should be reused, recycled, repaired, defueled, relocated, or removed. That's a circular economy, leaving no trace, no waste in space. But at the beginning, not many people supported the mission. I was met with many skepticism and knows, hey, Nobu, there's no market. Hey, Nobu, there's no proven technologies. And are you a billionaire? I was not at all. And then I got so many no's. Then, but when you hear there was no market, is this a bad news or good news? I thought it would be a good news, because if there's no market, there's no competitor. However, trying to tackle the space sustainability issue felt like I was trying to stirring Olympic-sized swimming pool with one small toothpick. And then, because the space debris issue is enormous, but our impact felt tiny. So at the beginning, I was alone with little money. I was not an engineer. I was outside of the space industry. No business model, no technology, no regulatory support. And it was just 11 years ago. And we made so many mistakes so far. So at the beginning, we developed the adhesive capture mechanism from the left side, and then we found we can capture the debris, but it's really hard to keep holding the debris while deorbiting. And then right side, in 2017, we launched our first satellite from Russia, but launch failed. So imagine you have the new team, new company, and we have investors, and we have partners, and we have a multiple media, but first launch failed. And we could not even make it to the space yet. So I thought it was really hard to recover from this. But just having failures, hiccups, and mistakes over the last 4,200 days made a difference. And we learned a lot. We learned insights, and more importantly, we got new resolve day by day. What helped me was a team, global team. Without team, I could not survive. If I had not team, maybe I went insane. And because we are tackling the long-term issue, but thanks to the 600 team members globally, our team represents 35 countries, and then they have passion and commitment to the space sustainability and creating circular economy as much as I do. So to tackling the issue, big issue, we cannot do this alone. Now I see the big tide globally and bringing in many stakeholders like government, international groups, trade associations, and suppliers, customers, and even in the generic public and media. They all see the space sustainability the key issue, and then today's IAC's key theme is space sustainability. Now we see the big tide, and we are making progress day by day. We are developing satellites for inspection, defueling, debris removal, and life extension. And these, we have customers. We have customers. So it's still a nascent market, but we are making progress. And as you saw over the last 2 years, the regulations are emerging, and we need more. But our daily lives, once again, rely a lot on the space technology, so we have to secure space sustainability. And let's work together and and pave the way for the sustainability. Thank you very much.
I have some questions for you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I got a question.
Yeah. So, if you can put up the, can you put up the hashtag thing for the questions? Would that be possible? Okay, so I have the thing here, but I have a few questions, Nobu, based upon my experience, even. I was one of the guys that said, Nobu, there's no business model. How are you going to do this? Tell me about the difficulty that you had in convincing others about the vision for space sustainability, And what was the turning point? What happened that really transformed the business?
Thank you. I think the people understand the importance of space sustainability, but people don't understand the urgency of this. And then I think one thing which changed the kind of atmosphere was that we proved the rendezvous and dock technology, and 3.5 years ago, we had our first demonstration in space. And then this year, we took the real debris image for the first time. And if you want to see the big image, please come down to our booth, and then you can see the real rocket upper-stage images. And so that image, made people feel, oh, that is coming. So on-orbit servicing help us. So and then now we got the deal for refueling, life extension, and inspection, because technologies are moving forward. So I think technology advancement could convince others this is needed, this can be happen.
So one more question here, and thanks. There's a ton of questions coming in. Thank you guys so much. Tell us about the failure that happened, the launch failure, and how do you stay resilient during these launch failures? Like how do you pick the team up? How did you pick yourself up? What is the tips that you can give to people who may have had their own failures and how to get back on track?
Thank you. So it was November 2017 when we had a launch failure. What I did was I actually visited all the suppliers and supporters, investors, to explain what happened and what's our recovery plan. And then I think transparency and honesty helped. And then before the launch, we had 3 rounds of fundraising, Series A, B, C. And then actually after the launch failure, we had a Series D round, which had a highest number of the investment. So I think transparency, honesty matters.
Okay, this is the most voted up question, and it's actually a really good question. How do you monetize what feels like a collective action problem? Why do early adopters want to pay?
Actually, people don't want to pay. So, to be more precise, for the defueling, the customer wants this service because of the economics. So there's an incentive for the customers. But for the debris removal, there's no incentives. So that's why regulation is needed. And we are informing the government and international groups to come up with the better rules and regulations. So it's not easy path, but we all know we have to secure space sustainability. So now awareness there, acceptance there, now it's time for actions.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nobu Akauda, thank you so much. Okay, I realize I sort of set it off wrong, so we're supposed to use this whole stage here. So let me come over here. We had a woman who was going to be speaking from the pharmaceutical industry, but unfortunately she got really sick, and so she dropped out. And last night I was talking with one of my good friends, and I thought, oh man, it would be really awesome to have you come speak next year, because next year, for those of you that are coming to Australia, we're gonna try to do this again. And I wanted Eleanor to speak because she is just such a spectacular person. She's currently the program manager at Lockheed Martin in charge of space habitation and development program, where she oversees spacecraft development for orbital, transport, and surface vehicles. She also used to do inflatable habitats at Bigelow Aerospace, if you guys remember Bigelow back in the day. She is an active duty combat aviator with 12 years experience and is currently a lieutenant colonel for the Air Force. On top of that, she has a bachelor's degree in space systems and a master's degree in space studies. And then she just finished her MBA from MIT. Ladies and gentlemen, Eleanor Morgan.
Okay, hey everyone. All right, this is as impromptu as the impromptu speeches get. So I'm thrilled to be here with you all today. I'll try to talk quickly. I got a lot of things I'd love to tell you all, but if we don't get to it, always happy to chat afterwards. I figured I would start off the talk with one of the quotes that's really near and dear to my heart, and one that's always stuck with me, by Robert Frost. "Two roads diverge in a wood, and I took the one that less traveled by, and that has made all the difference." I think that this quote really speaks to me, a lot of my journey. As you've heard, I have a bit of a non-standard background. I wasn't always in the space industry. I transitioned mid-career. I'd always had an interest in space. And so I'll kind of take you along that journey real quick. We'll talk about a few items along the way. Some hard lefts, some pivots in the road, things I wasn't expecting. But I started off, I actually first got interested in space when I was 9 years old. I won a contest in 3rd grade who could come up with the best question to ask an astronaut in space. And so that set me probably on my trajectory to be interested in space for later in life. Like any kid would do if they were really interested in space, at least in the US, we have space camp. So I went to space camp. I went to a new camp we had called Aviation Challenge. That's where I took my first flying lesson. I was in high school at the time when I did that. And through that, then I got the bug for aviation. And I was like, I really want to be a pilot. And I was like, I'd love to go to space. And well, what's the best way to go to space? Well, maybe I should be a pilot, and I'll be a military pilot. And so I decided to set my sights on going into the Air Force and becoming a pilot through the Air Force. So one of the things that was pretty, I would say, made a pretty big change in my path a bit. My senior year of high school, I was in the middle of applying to the Air Force Academy, doing my interviews. You have to get nominations to go from your congressmen and senators. And in the middle of that was 9/11. I was living in eastern Pennsylvania at the time. New York City was about 60 to 90 minutes from me. I was, to the west of me was central Pennsylvania, where the Flight 93 went down. Just to the south of me, it was DC with the Pentagon. So that was a pretty crazy day. So at that point, I realized that, okay, it's no longer about me. Wanting to go fly, wanting to go into the military is now about serving my country, and it's more about the idea of service to others. So I went on to, after I graduated from the Air Force Academy, I went on to fly C-17 cargo planes. Had an amazing time, flew around the world, in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan, all over the place, supporting Operation Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom. It was a lot of amazing experiences. Now, I was always interested in trying to get to test pilot school. That was always a goal that I had. Now, during this time, I met someone. We got married. We wanted to get stationed together in the Air Force. They were also a military member. And so, but at the time, the only options I had was to take a different assignment that was not in the cockpit anymore, doing traditional flying. And that was really hard for me, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna make the sacrifice. We're gonna do this. And so I transitioned to fly UAVs, the drones from the military at that time. So that was kind of a little pivot in my career that I was not expecting. But lo and behold, later I came to realize that actually brought me closer to a lot of my interests with space. It was 2013 when I made the transition to fly UAVs. I flew the MQ-1 Predator and the MQ-9 Reaper. And then during that time, UAVs, really over the last 10 years or so, have become a very large thing, as most folks know. So I learned a lot through that. I learned a lot more about space and satellites. Now, when I transitioned off active duty in 2018, I had an opportunity to try to do a job. What I didn't mention is I've also always been interested in the Titanic and undersea exploration in addition to space exploration. So I was either going to go work in the space industry or I decided I would do underwater research and exploration. So I found this company called OceanGate, and I went and visited them and just walked in and emailed them cold, because that's what I do when I'm interested in things, and showed up, chatted with them. They invited me back in February 2018. I met them in 2017. They're like, come back in February 2018. We're going to be doing the first test dive of our Titan submersible. And so I went up to their facility, met with them. I stood on the docks the day that this submersible had its first test dive with the CEO, Stockton Rush, who unfortunately perished in the accident that occurred later. And unfortunately, after that, I said, hey, I have this opportunity to do an internship as I'm transitioning off active duty from the Air Force, and could I come and do that with you when you do your first expedition to the Titanic? And they said, well, it's probably not really going to work out this summer, but maybe later. And I was like, all right, well, I was really bummed. I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll go take on another opportunity. And so then I was accepted to do a confinement and analog study with NASA at Johnson Space Center. So I decided to then pivot, and we went and did this. I did 45 days in isolation with 3 other individuals. We were studying a lot of psychosocial, all kinds of things. We were practicing experiments that were going to go up to the ISS. We were doing food studies, reduced workout regimen studies. Oh yeah, that's right, sleep deprivation. I was like, well, I've been training my whole life for that, so this will be fine. So I did that. It was an amazing experience. It was 9 weeks total, 45 days in the little habitats about the size of a 1-bedroom apartment with 3 other people. I mean, what could go wrong? But it was fascinating. I mean, luckily my deployments, I think those prepared me well for that experience. But that was a really pivotal experience, which was perfect, and it landed me into my first job in the space sector, which was at Bigelow Aerospace. And at Bigelow Aerospace, I worked as a crew systems engineer, and I managed our NASA research program we had. It was an amazing opportunity. I got to be in charge of putting together a prototype for our space habitat. We had NASA astronauts come and test it, do human-in-the-loop testing, and it was amazing, and things were going great. And then COVID happened, and then March 2020 happened, and our company closed down. And at that point in time, the silver lining was because of the work I had done there, Lockheed Martin called. I was like, reached out. They're like, hey, we'd be interested in bringing you on and some coworkers of yours to continue doing some of your work here at our company. And I was like, oh, wow, I was thinking I was just going to take a little bit of time to figure out what I really wanted to do, but this seems like a really great opportunity. And so I joined the team. And so I've been at Lockheed Martin for the last 4.5 years now. I've gotten some really awesome opportunities while I've been there. Along the way, I've gotten to lead our lunar rover development previously. I've also transitioned to work on space habitation. Some of that has included some research on radiation protection for astronauts, since that'll be very important as we venture beyond low Earth orbit. And the areas that I'm focused on now is continuing our inflatable structured development work. And we're looking at opportunities for both low Earth orbit, perhaps opportunities on the moon as we return Artemis astronauts back there, and also opportunities maybe in the future, maybe for Mars transit. So with all of that, I will kind of end here by saying that, a lot of the journey I've had, and I mean, if I had an hour, maybe I could get through half of it with you. But, many, many things have shaped where I am now. And when I think back on where I was when I was younger and where I wanted to be, and then the path that I took to come there, it is very different. But I can honestly say that all of those twists and turns that I've had in the road along the way, every single one of them has provided me some unique skill set or knowledge or connection with somebody that has led me to another wonderful opportunity that builds upon the previous one. So one of my other favorite quotes is this one, ad astra per aspera, Latin for to the stars through hardships. I think that's something that everyone in this room can probably relate to if you're in the space industry or anywhere. Life's not easy, but I think as long as you have the grit and the determination to keep moving forward, as you'll hear from the rest of our speakers, you'll be successful in whatever you do. Thank you.
Well, some questions. Yeah. Don't you go away too soon. Thank you so much. Literally at 2:30 p.m., I messaged her and I was like, can you do a talk in an hour? And she put that together. So if we can put the link back up there, I just have a couple questions myself. First question, what was the question that you asked the astronaut? And second related questions, what are your next steps that you think you can take to become an astronaut?
So my question was, can fish swim in space? And I guess the answer at the time, they had actually brought up some carp on a space shuttle mission, and they were like, yes, they can, kind of. When they float around, it's not that great. And then let's see, the other question. Oh, how do I want to get up there? So, well, let's see, I either need to go make a lot of money and buy a ticket, or keep working on my own habitat so that I can go test out for you someday. But yeah, we'll see. I'm open for hire, but yeah, we'll see.
And then one more question here, Eleanor. Tell us about this confinement, the 45 days that you did. What was your biggest takeaway from that experience?
Yeah, I think one of my biggest takeaways from that experience, part of that was they were doing a lot of research on also qualities of people, because you select in, select out. What qualities do you look for in someone that you can stand to be around for a long period of time? At least for me personally, I think one of the things that I really recognized was the importance of empathy and humor, which is, I think, really good to have when you're with other people and you're stressed out, and tensions get high, and that's one really great way to kind of diffuse a lot of situations. I also kind of wore the hat of the cruise director, so I was like planning little activities and the costume nights, and I was just to try to keep it interesting. But yeah, I think that was really interesting. The other thing that I realized was, everybody has different ways for stress relief. And in this experiment, one of the things that we had was a reduced workout regimen, and you weren't allowed to get your heart rate very high, and you could only work out for 30 minutes once every other day. And I realized that for me, I was like, oh man, that's where I really want to get out like tension and stress. And they're like, no, stop, your heart rate's getting too high. You got to slow down on the bike. I was like, oh my God, I just want to sweat. But yeah, it was interesting. I actually thought that it would be harder for me to live close to people for that period of time, but it actually was fine. So I was actually surprised at certain things, and then, yeah, and other stuff, so yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eleanor Morgan. So our next speaker is Sven from Alpine Ventures. He's a principal there. He's someone that I haven't known for that long, but for the time that I have known him, I really like him. Very, very smart guy. He was previously at Mynaric, where he led the strategic communications, investor relations, secured over $250 million in growth capital, overseeing 2 successful IPOs. And if you want to know how difficult it is to do an IPO, you can ask Nobu. I'm sure he'll tell you. He's got a strong technical background in photonics and a history of working in the high-tech startups. He also has a deep understanding of the intersection between technology and capital markets. And most recently, Alpine Ventures was also awarded quite a large fund from the European Investment Fund for the fund that they have. So a lot of great stories. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sven.
Let's see if I find my slides here. Not really. Can improvise, but maybe the stage guys can help me here. Could you put up the slides again? All right, let me see if I can improvise this one. So waiting on the slides from the stage support. You're not. No slides? Okay. Huh? Yeah. So let's improvise. My journey through space is a little bit similar to a satellite image I wanted to show you here. Of Oktoberfest, actually. So I'm based in Munich, Germany, where the largest public festival of the world is happening, Oktoberfest. You may have been, you may have not. And it's great fun, right? It's more than 200 years old. It's 100 rides you can go on there. So it's roller coasters, Ferry wheels, you name it. And that's where I started my studies. I studied at the Technical University of Munich, becoming an engineer, young engineer there. Then at some point went to Denmark, actually, to focus on photonics, as Kyle just mentioned. Then afterwards, I was really intrigued by laser communications. Fascinating technology, not sure you're aware, you've seen or heard about it. It's using lasers to send data across huge distances, thousands of kilometers, right? So I got super fascinated. Back at the time, Google and Facebook were utilizing this technology to connect with drones, essentially, drones and balloons, the entire globe with internet. So what's the promise, at least? So I joined a Munich-based company working on this technology, really. Super fascinating stuff, particularly for a young photonics engineer. Working on lasers was the best thing. It was a really good cocktail party opener as well, working on space lasers, right? Amazing, good stuff. So we worked there for, or I worked there for quite some time, starting in the engineering department, working on wavelength division multiplexing, so very technical stuff. But then quickly transitioning to the business side of things, because I found that there's often this gap between what the engineers are saying and what the business folks are understanding, what investors need to hear and what investors can tell. So I was this gap between these two domains translating, essentially. We had an amazing time. Again, and similar to Oktoberfest, let's get back to that one, because that's a little bit the analogy I want to draw here. Life and innovation and startups are like Oktoberfest in a way. Oktoberfest is an event of 6.7 million people this year attending, 7 million liters of beer consumed, 400,000 roasted chicken being consumed. 16 people lost their suspenders for their leather pants. Not sure what happened, but I bet they had a good time, right? So you get the image. And it was sort of similar with Maneric, this laser communications company I started at. Kyle already mentioned, we raised 250 million euros, mostly equity, a little bit of debt. We IPO'd the company twice, once in Germany, once on NASDAQ in the United States. We won amazing, really large customers. Globally, we were part of and are part of major US government programs. Awesome stuff, really building up a company from scratch. I joined there when we were 30 people, going up to 300 people when I left the company a little bit more than a year ago. But what's behind all of these stats is that there were countless sleepless nights, right? I slept more than once at the office to get stuff done. I pitched the story of laser communications and how in the future satellites would be connected by lasers and bring internet everywhere, something we're seeing today with Starlink being reality. I pitched that more than 1,000 times to investors, only to hear 99% of the time, no, 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 that's science fiction, we are only investing in, I don't know, software as a service, that's not our scope, you're dreaming about stuff, where's the market? We heard it from Nobu as well, right? The typical critique you have at this stage in the company. So yeah, and it's tough to deal with that, right? You go out to a meeting room, you have 30 minutes to pitch that story, and on the public markets, you don't even get feedback right after if people will invest or not. You don't get a definite yes or no, you only get a, okay, thank you for the information, we may call you, we may not call you, but people can buy the stock on the stock markets, right? So they don't interact with you directly. So very frustrating experience in the sense that you never get direct feedback of what you're actually doing. Still, you can iterate, but you never actually hear how things are with your investors. And that, again, similar to Oktoberfest, and there was a nice slide of a roller coaster here of Oktoberfest. These innovation stories you hear in the press and from colleagues, they're seldomly as smooth as they appear to be. Every innovation story you hear out there is a roller coaster. You have bumps all the time. You have unexpected loopings. There's one roller coaster at Oktoberfest that has 5 loopings, indeed. I believe it's the largest transportable roller coaster in the world. And I bet your startup, your innovation, whatever you're working on, has more loopings on the way than this roller coaster. So message here really is keep that in mind and don't expect the ride to be smooth. It's a wild journey along the way. So yeah, that's my recommendation really. Happy to answer some questions. I guess we have some spare time given that I didn't use all of it. And this is what we fund, of course, as a venture fund. We fund innovations out there and entrepreneurs that don't shy away from these bumps along the way, from the roller coaster you're expecting, because this is what the ride really is all about. It's never a smooth journey. It's a roller coaster, and you better enjoy it.
Wow, he did a really good job. He thought he had some slides, and they just didn't show up, and that probably was my fault, so sorry for the IT back there. But Sven, some questions for you here. So first, what advice do you give to startups who maybe have heard no numerous times when they're trying to raise venture capital?
Yeah, so it's a mix, right? On the one hand, you want to take advice and feedback seriously and iterate on it. And if you hear a lot of times that, I don't know, you should improve the presentation of your market, or you should think stronger about your go-to-market strategy, maybe there's something behind it. But also, at the same time, and my advice is not clear-cut as many things in industry, you need to push against it, right? Don't give way just because someone or even 100 people tell you not to. And if Nobu had followed the advice, for example, we wouldn't see Astroscale at the size and success we see it today. So take all the advice with a grain of salt in a way. But if you hear the same advice all the time, maybe validate that the advice is actually wrong and then happy to discard it, right? But maybe there's something to it and iterate on it.
And another question here about the personality of the founder. What is a good type of personality for a founder?
So there was a recent podcast, I believe, with the CEO of NVIDIA, who answered that question with a quote that the perfect founder should have the ability to continuously chew glass and enjoy it big time. And in a way, that's what it's sort of about, right? You need an incredible amount of tolerance to frustration and enjoy iterating on your ideas, the endurance to push on your idea for years and years and years, the ability, of course, to mingle a great team around you to make it all happen, and get an idea eventually to the market.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sven. Our next and last speaker is Dr. Daniela Bezdan, who is the director of Green Space Center, someone that I have known for some time and one of the smartest scientists that I know. She has been deeply involved in space biology and healthcare innovation, particularly through her work on microgravity experiments aboard the ISS. She's a serial entrepreneur who has co-founded multiple companies that bridge space research and healthcare, and her scientific work spans from genomics, pathogen surveillance, astronaut health, and notable contributions to high-profile NASA and ESA projects. She's really a sound person, someone that I know has a lot of talks. She's running to one just after this. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Daniela.
Thank you. First, this is a very old picture, Kyle. It must be 20 years. Okay, so as you already heard from the introduction, I have many hats, many hats. Like I have several companies, 2 are still doing very good right now. I'm made of failure. I'm still an active scientist publishing at least 5 publications a year. I still have my full-time jobs, and I'm still running all these chairs and nonprofits. And everybody asks me, how do I, why I do it, and how I do it. It's something which It's the same when you start a company, the same resilience you have to do. It is discipline. Simple like that. No experience in the world and no passion can replace discipline. But how you can learn discipline? And I just want to tell you a very personal story, and I think I said it the first time on stage, so bear with me. I grew up as a refugee child. My mother was a refugee, my dad was immigrant. I grew up in Germany in a refugee center. So that means I didn't have a German passport. I was the bottom of the society. How does can happen? Is this bad? No, it's not. I didn't have one best friend. I had 100 best friends. I didn't learn one language or street language, come on. I learned 100 languages, Arabic, Italian, whatever you can imagine. But I have this urge that I want to get out. I realize pop stars, dancer, that's not going to happen. But with 7 years old, I wrote in a diary, the only thing what can me get out here is education, education, education. And then with 11 years, my dad brought me home a book, Organic Chemistry. I read it from cover to cover. For me, organic molecules getting like mathematics. You put A and B together and C. Simple, stable. It is so simple, and it's getting kind of this my little world. And with 15, 16, my dad, in my culture, you have to respect your dad and the wishes of your parents, asked me to get off school. Wow. That means go out of school, support the family. Because there was no sense that a woman with no German passport would go to university to get further education. But I said, okay, Dad, I love you, I will do it, but I choose. And I went to University of Stuttgart in the Institute of Organic Chemistry. Then that happens. What in startup also happened. You start working and people helping. Investors, not enemies. They not want to dictate, they want to help. So I started working in organic chemistry, and at some point I got interested in biochemie. I went to this institute, I was 17 at that time, and they kicked me out and said, you can't stay here. You have to get out because you don't have a badge. What are you doing here? On the way out, I saw a little sign on the side. They're looking for a maid, a cleaning maid. I went back, got hired. And then every day from that day on, I started to get up at 4 a.m. I go there, scrub the floors. I empty the dish can, it was nasty. The toilets, yes, everything. Then at 7 a.m., somebody came in, the same guy who actually wanted to kick me out first time said, can explain me what this is? It was a PCR machine. And I said, you have to know, I can't have a badge. Every day for 1 or 2 hours, they explain me one machine, one gel, one thing. And then I went to work, and at 5 p.m., back working until midnight, so I getting the hours in. I was still able to support my parents. Then one time, a fantastic PI came to me and said, I believe in you. Please work for me day and night and weekends, and during the day, go back to school and get your university entrance degree. And that's exactly what I did. After 1 year, in a record time, I finished my degree, and I studied, and today I have this wonderful career. That is, if you love something, if you really want to do something, don't let the missing imagination of others stop you. Every one of us gets so many times in the life a no, and I get so many no's. Like it's not possible, it's not what you're basically born to. There's another culture. But that's what I want to give up today, that every day I'm doing all these jobs next to each other because I know that I'm thankful for every minute a day I can spend with something which drives me. And today, I want to give this back. I want to give this back to the students using, for example, we founded a consortium called International Standards of Space and Procedure. We're doing this in the night and the weekends. But with this, we collecting every one of you, helping you, regardless of your nationality, regardless of your education level, regardless what hat you're wearing. JAXA agency, NASA agency, ESA agency, the stakeholders of companies, C-level, we all meet and we come to a conclusion and carry it out to the world. And that is today what I want to share a little bit my experience about what I did, how discipline can you get far and continue for passion. Thank you.
Do you have time for just one question? Yes. Okay, so one of the questions that I saw was, you obviously went through a lot of hardships to get to the place where you are. How did you find a good mentor, and what's the good traits of a good mentor?
To be honest, I didn't have mentors which I looked up to. For me, it was always the work discipline from people impressed me. If every one of you, like the most people staying, I've been staying a lot of nights in the laboratory, obviously, and whenever I was somebody next to me, those people I admire. So I think like not every hero wears a cape fits the best answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daniela Bezin. So thank you all for attending. If you enjoyed this session, make sure that you give a shout out to the IAF. We would like to continue doing it. Every company that you see out there has a story, so take the time to talk to people to find out. And thank you so much for coming. Have a good day.
Sorry.
It's 5:05 exactly. I think it's time to begin. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Giorgio Saccoccia. I'm from the European Space Agency. I'm very glad to see you here. I was the president of the Italian Space Agency at the time Milan was won as a location, so I'm really happy to see how things are going. I hope you're enjoying the conference. I was asked by Clay to moderate this very exciting panel. We really look about the future of space because we talked today about what's going to happen very shortly when the fantastic International Space Station was done, a quarter of a century of incredible science, technology, innovation, will slowly go into well-deserved retirement and will be replaced by commercial space stations that we are all looking forward to have there. But we will see and look at that, hopefully during this panel, from the point of view of who will be the users of this new space station. And to discuss this in a very short panel, so we need to be very effective, I have a very exciting set of panelists today. I have Max Haut from VAST. He's the CEO of VAST, and of course his company is very busy building the next heaven in space. So we will hear from him how those new space stations will look like and how they can be used. We have Jay Kim, who is the chairman and CEO of Baryung. He's a very interesting, really new space company, because we see in what is happening from company who used to be non-space transitioning into the space world. So in your specific case, pharmaceutical, getting into infrastructure and application of infrastructure for space. We have Mike Gold. I think who doesn't know Mike? After an incredible career in NASA, you saw him receiving a well-deserved award during the inauguration. He's now Chief Growth Officer at Redwire, another really, really interesting and now well-established new space companies. And then we have Bob Lamberay, who is the Senior Manager for Exploration and Space Resources at the Luxembourg Space Agency. You know, working from ESA, we know that Luxembourg is really the ambassador of what is looking from the opportunities point of view to space resources, etc. So it's, I think, the right set of panelists to discuss this subject. And I would like to start with a question to all of you. You decide the sequence of answers. Asking you from the perspective of each of you, what do you believe are the framework systems, the policies necessary for commercial space stations to be successful? Who wants to start? Maybe I don't know. You. Let's have VAST. I mean, who will offer the locations?
Thank you. I think the most important thing we have to achieve is that we need a commercial space station on orbit as soon as possible. You know, the retirement of the ISS in 2030 is coming up soon. Russia is not yet committed to operate the current space station beyond 2028. And the key is to start with something and to make sure we don't have a gap, but more importantly, that we have an overlap. So that's a really important aspect. We shouldn't try to replicate the ISS from day one. NASA and its international partner need to, as soon as possible, pick one or two partner, ideally two partner, and compel them to build a first module, get it on orbit, and start to use it, maybe not as a full-time, fully crewed all the time space station, but just start to use it with a short duration expedition and start to perform some important science and in-space manufacturing. If we have a gap, it will be a huge loss for the community and also for the advancement of basically in-space manufacturing and research. And we can't let that happen. So the first thing that needs to happen is to make sure that we give birth to the first commercial space station, and that's what VAST is making sure we are the best position to do it. We are actually building a commercial space station called Haven 1 without any funding from NASA that we are due to launch in the second half of next year. And as part of that, we'll also work with, we're already working with Mike and Redwire, but we have a payload on board, and we'll be demonstrating the important science that need to occur on a commercial space station already from Haven 1. So yeah, so from our point of view, for all of us to work together between agencies and industry and payload specialists and technology provider like Redwire, we need NASA to set us on the right track to build one and as soon as possible for the country, for the United States, but also all of our international partner and industry.
I mean, Max had me at no funding from NASA. How about that, folks? That's worth applause, right? Come on.
Don't get me wrong. We'll take it.
We'll take it.
And right now, they've actually the program will be about $1 billion by the time we fly, or invested between our revenue and our investors. So it's a significant investment. But we have a contract where they are monitoring and they're participating in the development, not adjudicating, but monitoring and giving us advice. And right now, they are actually starting to talk about helping us with various testing and so on. So it's growing, but it's definitely not waiting for NASA or started by NASA or funded by NASA. So.
Well, and you deserve it. And if I could echo what you're saying, it's not only vital that we avoid that human spaceflight gap in orbit, we need to have a system in America and our international partners that is at least of parity of what China has put up. That if America falls backwards and doesn't have a system that's robust, I think that spells trouble for the whole free world. And the reason why, as you mentioned, Max, is the countries and companies that master microgravity, I believe, will be not just the economic, but the national security leaders of the future. That's why this platform gap is so much more pernicious than even the transportation gap. That it will impact industrial capacity, economics, in a way that just crew transportation to the ISS didn't. And oh, by the way, if we have a platform gap, that will blow a hole in demand for our rocketry and our transportation as well. So you're actually losing both at the same time. At Redwire, we're extremely proud that we printed the first meniscus in space. Who wants a meniscus? I could use it.
I had one broken, so
we'll get you two. We also printed live cardiovascular tissue on the ISS and brought it back this year, still live. This will create solutions eventually for heart disease, for heart patches that can be developed. The regenerative medicine is going to be extraordinarily important. And then we've got our pillbox system, where in microgravity, you can create new versions of seed crystals, of drugs, that can be used to create enhanced version of insulin, cancer treatments, heart disease. Again, the impact that microgravity will have on pharmaceuticals first, and then agriculture, every other sector, is going to be critical, which is why we must avoid that gap, as Max said.
Thank you, Mike. Jay, maybe you want to?
I come from a slightly different part of the world, so I can speak on behalf of every Koreans. Since we're talking about the framework that will be needed for the commercial space station infrastructure, what I think is most critical is two things. One is the private and public partnership with government agencies and the commercial stations, commercial companies. We talked about, we praise VAST for not getting any space agency money, but in order for us to make this business successful, we have to have a successful and working private-public partnership, meaning that we need government support on this, because they need to be the anchor tenant. They need to support the work that these commercial space companies are doing to accelerate the innovation. And the second part that I want to kind of emphasize is the global collaboration with the commercial space station part, because Korea, for example, we didn't have an opportunity to participate in ISS program. So we only had one astronaut so far in history. And Dr. Lee So-yeon, she went to ISS through the Russian program back in 2008, which was 16 years ago. And we haven't had any human spaceflight program after that. But if we have the commercial space station, that will open up more access to countries that didn't have an opportunity to participate in microgravity. So those two frameworks are critical in making this commercial space station successful.
Great. Bob?
Yes, so maybe a few words from the perspective of a space agency. I think we all agree we go to very interesting times as we move from ISS to the CLDs. And it's, for the space agencies, extremely important to get this transition right. I think you mentioned the gap. We do not want to have a gap. We want to keep flying astronauts. We want to keep using it. I think it's important to add on that. It's important to have more than one successful CLDs. If we want a dynamic, commercially driven environment to create value, to grow the space industry. So we need to have more than one successful CLDs, and we need a very diverse customer base. I think you mentioned, Jay, you mentioned the space agencies being anchor customers. That's definitely a role they have to take. But beyond that, I think they should not remain the only customers. And I think that's also where the agencies have a role to play to stimulate the demand, to nurture new users, new customers, bring new industries like the pharmaceutical industry into this the world of the CLDs, and use it with a commercial objective. And a way to, in the framework, to achieve this in a modern, dynamic way is more a service-based approach, where the agencies focus more on what they want to use and not how to build it. I think giving the industry enough flexibility to take their own design decisions, to and then also be able to offer the services not only to space agencies but also to other customers.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Maybe a question to Mike. I mean, Redwire has had a very interesting build-up over the years of a very diverse portfolio through acquisition, partnership. I would like to hear in which way you and your company envision the possibility to use commercial space station in such a way that you can really give a return or make it attractive to investors, to government, and to the complex, say, scenario and landscape for space for the space sector today.
Yeah, it's going to be a different paradigm, I think, as Max mentioned, than what the ISS is. If you know any astronauts, they're constantly breathing and exercising and eating, such prima donnas. It's just very difficult for us sometimes. And actually, the vibrations from astronauts are not necessarily a terrific environment for many microgravity activities. So we could be looking at a situation where you had more of a crew-tended system, where you had microgravity activities, and then astronauts would come up, swap out samples, bring it back. We also need a space from legal and policy perspective that is set up for commercial use, as opposed to the export controls and some of the IP issues that we have on the International Space Station, which is why a private sector platform like VAST is talking about, not only important from production, but from a policy and a legal perspective. I am a recovering attorney, so I'll talk about that. And then we're going to need diversity of economy. So we think pharmaceuticals are going to be first up, and we need to move as quickly as possible to actually generating money. But we want a diverse portfolio, semiconductors, agriculture, all of these things going to be important. We've got maybe drug development first up, but we need a robust pipeline. And that means that we've got to get out of conferences like this, start going to the biotech and pharmaceutical conferences. Bohr Young is a wonderful example. We're proud to be a partner with Bohr Young on the Humans in Space Initiative. This is someone who's not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. That's what we need to do to be successful in this industry.
Fantastic, Mike. Actually, you anticipated what I was about to ask to Jay, because Bohr Young is you have this annual program named the Human in Space Challenge, which is accelerating exactly investment in space healthcare. So how do you intend to take advantage of the opportunity of a commercial space station to revolutionize investment in the healthcare system?
So if there wasn't a commercial space station company, we wouldn't be able to run this Humans in Space program, because we wouldn't be able to send anything to ISS to do the research and progress the development of that idea itself. But with the help of Axiom, because we also made an investment in Axiom, we do have an access. So even, the first day we started the Humans in Space program, we always thought of a way to differentiate ourselves, because tackling like a space healthcare wouldn't be too difficult for already established accelerator in Silicon Valley, for example. So we try to really differentiate ourselves, and the way that we figured is for the participants to our challenge, we would like to provide them with an access to ISS. So we made a cold call to NASA, ISS National Lab. Of course, I mean, 3 years ago, we were nobody in this world, so we didn't get any response back. And then we found out there was a commercial space station companies. So we met with Axiom, and we made this connection to work together. So that's how it happened through us. And how I foresee this going forward is that through this Humans in Space program, we tackle this necessary human health risks in space. And it doesn't only include pharmaceuticals. We tackle issues that might arise in humans' eyes. We also have companies that are trying to monitor the brain activities, the companies who are trying to develop a technology to make all the pills into inhaler. So by doing so, I feel like fundamentally we are progressing to understand our body in a better way. And like 10 years down the road, I would love to see some of the technology actually becomes into a reality and affect many people on Earth and people who's trying to go in space.
Thank you very much. Bob, maybe to you. I mean, as I mentioned at the beginning, we recognize to Luxembourg being an innovator from the point of view of establishing new models for economic development and use of space. And you are taken often as a reference for other countries in Europe. So which have been, in your opinion, the keys for the successful program of Luxembourg in this field, and what would you recommend to other agencies that are maybe trying to follow the same approach?
Yes. So maybe to understand my answer, I'm not sure for those of you who are not so familiar with Luxembourg. The Luxembourg Space Agency is not, I wouldn't say it's a space agency in the traditional sense. We do not have our own mission and technology roadmap, but we try to be the partner of industry to create this future space economy. So basically we have you can call it commercially driven space strategy, and our mandate is to grow the economy, to diversify the economy. And to give a few examples of what we do and how we do this, so we listen a lot to the needs of industry, and we try to help them develop. We do a lot of co-development of technology, of services with industry, where it's important to see also industry investing in this technology, believing in this technology. We set up a venture capital fund in a public-private partnership, where the state invested together with private investors in a fund that is actually helping the companies in a very early stage to develop these technologies. As a regulator, we also try to put in place the right framework, legal framework for those commercial utilization of space. Maybe it's not so relevant for this panel, but we have created a commercial space resources law in Luxembourg that allows actually commercial entities to use space resources. I'm sure in the future, when it makes sense, we can look into these things, what it means for the in-space manufacturing in LEO, whatever is needed. And yeah, it's basically try to listen to industry and help them create value in space and use space for commercial perspective.
Max, so you're busy. Your company is busy preparing the instrument that those guys and many others will use to make possible which is their plan for the future? I saw, I mean, you're working on the Haven 1 station already since quite some time. You just announced the Haven 2. I read with big interest the roadmap you have put together, and I have to say it's fascinating, also success-oriented. So how would you make sure that once ISS will retire, there will be no gap between what we've been capable to do so far and what we might do on commercial space stations?
Yeah, so firstly, we're not building the instrument. We are building the platform for the industry to use. So really excited to see your leadership in pharmaceutical, and one of the things I wonder is how many other of your competitors are doing as much as you are. But it's definitely really important for us to build a platform and have collaboration with the industry and have demand from the industry to help us build the right facility and the right platform. And as Mike said, whether it's pharma or semiconductors and others, it's a unique opportunity to manufacture in microgravity and see what it can unlock in whether it's better medicine or better semiconductor or better fiber optic. And we have to do it quickly because there's the potential that, if one day we can manufacture something in a crew-tended way for a few months, send a crew on a Dragon, and they come back with products, a few 100 kilograms of products that needed humans to do and not autonomous. And these products back on Earth can be sold for $1 billion or something like that. The day that happen, none of us will be waiting and relying on government to build a space station, and we will be building, mass-producing space station, and they actually won't be space station. There will be factories, human-tended factories in space. So that's the future we want to create, and we cannot do it on our own. We are the platform creator. Our job is to make sure it's safe, that it meets the requirement of our customers, that it exists, and that it is low cost. And so the way we are doing that, back to your question, is so Haven 1 is really a demonstration to tell the biggest customer in the market, which is NASA in the world right now, to tell them that we are the right company for them to be the anchor customer for the CLD, the commercial air destination ISS replacement. And our architecture for that is called Haven 2 that we unveiled yesterday. What's unique about Haven 2 is that it meets two really important criteria. The first one is that we have the capability in the first module on orbit before the ISS is retired, not on the same date, but 2 years before. So we are confident that because it's a derivative of Haven 1, our first module called Haven 2 Module 2 will be on orbit before the end of 2028. And at that point, NASA and its partner and our industrial and end users can start testing it well before it's too late, basically, and send crew and send payload. And then it also has to be a very capable low-cost platform, so one that surpass what we've done on the ISS. The ISS was originally designed decades ago. I think humanity deserves something more exciting. I think the industry deserves more capability in power, in facilities for science and manufacturing. So we've proposed an architecture that evolve into a 9-module space station by 2032, and at that point, it has more capabilities than the ISS currently, more capabilities than what we think will be happening in China, and more capabilities than our competitors' proposed architecture. But the key is not to aim. You can aim at this, unprecedented space station, which is what we're aiming at, but we also shouldn't wait for that to happen. We should get going and have a first capability we can test, and not only test the capability, but test the company that built it to make sure it's safe and reliable. And ideally, I agreed with that point, there should be 2 CLDs so that it can be a real competitive market with competitive pricing for the end users.
I see Mike eager to say something. Am I wrong?
I've just got that look probably, but I'll comment. First I want to give a shout out to Luxembourg, by the way. Maybe I'm old, but Luxembourg embraced commercial space before it was cool, right? That Luxembourg led the way on many of the policies, particularly on space resources, and creating a space agency that was focused on commercialization, on economic development. It's part of the reason that we wanted Luxembourg to be a founding member of the Artemis Accords, because you were so different. Again, diversity. And as Max says, competition, is important. VAST has laid out an incredible vision. You mentioned Axiom, our friends at Sierra Space building the inflatable space station. I'm a big believer in inflatables. You can see from my stomach. So, that's all going to be extraordinarily important. But please, let's not forget, as the recovering attorney, the policies, the legal issues. We see SpaceX struggling with what's happening at the FAA. No force has kept more space programs from launching, second only to gravity, is ITAR. We need to continue to tackle the export control regimes. Look at the international representation here. We need to stop ITAR from becoming even more of a problem because it needs to be global as we move forward.
As a matter of fact, if you allow me, while you were talking, I made a consideration. I mean, from the point of view of someone who has been spending 35 years profession in an agency environment, before, in the past and throughout the years, agencies, NASA, ESA, and all the others had an essential function of promoting cooperation and partnership. We were as procurement, we were trying to put in your capability and competence together to deliver successful products for space and I mean, to allow us to innovate. What I see today, and this in my opinion is really the key for new space, is that you do this spontaneously because the success and the competitivity only relies on putting together the resources. So completely different fields, what I see represented in this panel. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're spot on, that it's not enough anymore for a government procurement to fulfill the NASA mission. It must also create jobs, innovation, commercialization opportunities. And that's where you're getting true results for the taxpayer of not just sending people to space, but of sending your economy skyward to grow. That's what the future is. The future has come. We need to continue to lean into those public-private partnerships.
Absolutely. I think we have 2 minutes left. 30 seconds each. If you want to just make a last comment on any free comments on the subject of the panel today.
I'm interested to hear what do you think are the application in microgravity manufacturing that have the most hope. It'd be really interesting to hear from you, Jay or Mike. What do you think is the most exciting specific drug or other element?
I cannot say which drug will be manufactured or becomes successful with the technology that could be developed in microgravity, but there's already a proven case. There's a drug called Keytruda, which is the most selling anti-cancer drug in the world with $20 billion of annual sales. So pharmaceutical industry already understands that there's benefits of utilizing the microgravity, and it's not just limited to pharma. I think many life science companies will look at microgravity as a new way to manufacture or improve their products. So like Mike said, those are the most, like a life science is the most promising part that we can have a successful story in the foreseeable future.
So Max, I'm biased because I'm diabetic, so I'm going to go insulin. We have flown insulin at Redwire. I could show you afterwards what the crystals look like when they were developed on the ground, and then what the seed crystals of insulin look like when we flew them. Again, recovering attorney, I got a B- on biology, but even I can see that the insulin crystals look like an Oreo cookie someone stepped on here, and then in flight you have these large, beautiful crystals. So I think we could see some progress in insulin very soon.
So
and the key to unlock it, what we hear all the time is the lack of ability to iterate and fly quickly and come back. And that's what we see. Our job is that we're not the expert in the end use, and we're learning all the time from our partners. But clearly, if we allow a low cost with a lot of flight opportunities and great facilities, so that, and also maybe flying actual researchers and scientists and perform even science directly on the platform, and reducing the queue, reducing how do you fly something on the ISS? It's actually, well, your experience was interesting. You said you reached out and without Axiom and I guess stuff that knew the system or whatever, you couldn't find your way into the ISS without a partner. I mean, it should be much easier, right? And I think that's the piece that we need, is a commercialization and the iteration and the low cost. And I'm so excited to obviously build a platform, but also see, change the world and see what really will happen when we at scale are creating amazing drugs or amazing semiconductors or something like that. So.
Bob, yes or no? Do you see in these three guys what was the vision? What is the vision of your?
I absolutely agree. I think the key for a successful CLD is the commercial utilization. I think together the CLD providers put in place a very flexible infrastructure where I can quickly access much faster than on ISS. We need to go through many approval cycles and then create value in space, create products in space. And if we find the right product that's worth to be produced there, then we open a whole new door for space industry.
We have the time left to give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Giorgio, for the panel. So, thank you.